Good afternoon and welcome to Penn State University's Startup Weekend. We're so happy to have everyone here. And for those that are tuning in live and watching this online, a special welcome to you. As you see, we have a great turnout. We have 65 students that are participating in this event this weekend. So we're really looking forward to hearing all about their startup business ideas. My name is Dr. Dale Watson. I'm a professor here in the School of Business at Penn State Harrisburg. My colleague, Dr. Arpita Agnahatri, who's really the driving force behind this event, and we owe her a lot for her efforts, and I want to thank her up front for everything she did to put this on. So we have students representing not only Penn State Harrisburg, but also Hempfield High School, and also Harrisburg area Community College. So a very nice representation as far as the folks that are going to be competing here tonight. So just a little bit about how we're going to run the order of events. Each of the students either are part of a team or individual, and they're going to be presenting their ideas. They have 7 minutes to present to our judges their business plan, their startup business plan. So this is going to be kind of fast and furious as we go through it to get through this number of teams, but they've been rehearsing, so I'm sure they're going to be doing great for this. One of the other things that we did in the spirit of Veterans Day, which we just had on this past Friday, we've asked the teams each to consider how they might include the veterans into their presentations, right, into their business plans. So this will be a theme that you may hear in some of the presentations as they're coming forward. As the students were kind of challenged to think about this as they are putting their business plans together. Okay, so what I'd like to do before we get going is briefly introduce our judges. And we have a wealth of experience with our 3 judges tonight, so I'm going to give some highlights of their background. So Julie Bratton has 25 years of experience in product development and marketing in the food and beverage industry. She has also worked with startups in the past. She's actually started up her own consulting company in the past and has worked with other startups like First Juice Incorporated, a beverage company, and spent time in large organizations working as well, Mars Incorporated, for example. So currently she is consulting with Ben Franklin Technology Partners. And in this capacity, she literally works with organizations that are in the very shoes you are and are working to start their business up. That's the kind of feedback that her and her team bring. So a wealth of startup experience with Julie, and welcome. Our next judge is Jim Gaynor, and Jim is a 20-year Air Force veteran with an extensive background and experience in not only education and program management, but also after his time in the Air Force, starting up his own real estate company, basically, right? And running that with winning multiple awards over a span of years as the best real estate team in the area. This was the Virginia Beach area. He's also held human resource management positions, and he has served as the executive director of a nonprofit organization which was serving adults with intellectual development disabilities. From his experience there, he's decided to start his own business serving families with adult children who have the same disabilities. So a lot of experience, again, with starting up and running his own businesses. So Peter Sabata, welcome. Peter is a 11-year Navy veteran. So again, we thank both of them for their service, and his time in the Navy was centered around logistics, but also in software development, which he used these skills to found 2 different companies. The first one that he started, which was called Recoup It, was an information technology asset disposal business that he ran successfully for about 10 years, I think it was. And from there, he has transitioned into his current business, which he is the CEO of and running, called Return Logic, which is a software and analytics company that helps clients with strategic planning and other business operations. So I hope I succinctly kind of summarize these great careers and what each of you have been doing. But I think the audience can see that we have a ton of experience, especially startup experience, that our judge is going to be pulling on. Welcome and thank you. Okay, so I get to leave the stage, and we have 2 great students that are going to be helping marshal the teams through and to keep them going. Ayushi Patel, please come on up, and Ruba Ajili Shaban. I got your name right. So Ruba here, and I'm going to turn over the mic for them, and we're going to get started. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ayushi, like Dr. Watson said.
And I'm Ruba, and we're so excited to be your host for the first annual Startup Weekend at Penn State Harrisburg.
We have a bunch of amazing people here all ready to show you what they've been cooking up. So without a further ado, please give a big round of applause to our first presenting team, Teamster, which is a sports app company.
All right, everybody. Hello. Thank you for your time today. We really appreciate you coming out. I'm Aaron. This is Bernardo, Christian, John, and Perry. And before we introduce our product and service to you, I'd like to get a feel for the room. How many of you have participated in team-based sports before? And how many of you found value in those activities? And of those who answered, how many of you have found it difficult to find time to perform these activities as you transition into college and the professional life? Well, then I think we have the perfect tool for you. I'd like to introduce you to Teamster Sports. So a little bit about how we got started. Teamster Sports is the brainchild of several PSU business students under the direction of Dr. Arpita Agnahatri and Dr. William Klein. After being introduced to the business model canvas, and what started as a simple idea for a project quickly was fleshed out into an ecosystem where recent graduates and professionals can create meaningful connections through recreation. In short, our mission is to create lasting networks between individuals of diverse backgrounds and skill sets through their shared passion for sports. So what sets us apart from the competition? Our 2 biggest competitors are Team Snap and IM Leagues, and we separate ourselves from them by being the one-stop shop for all of the logistics surrounding your recreational sports. We are aiming to bridge the gap between professional networking and recreational activities, and we do that by focusing around coordinated teamwork and skill development, attributes that are easily translatable into the professional world. Our free service and our freemium business model means that we have high access and easy access to all of our target markets. Our networking service is a 3-pronged approach. On a high level, we focus around professional networking, trying to create meaningful relationships between professional individuals. On a lower level, we focus around social networking for those who value a more casual experience. And all of this is glued together through our recreational facilitation, through our strategic partners. So how do we pull off these value propositions? Well, we do that through 2 sets of activities. Our first activity is what is included in our free service. That is our scorekeeping, timing, and rule books. These provide a level of consistency to activities that are normally more casual and free-form. We also have league organization, where every individual can join a league in their local area for free to really help kickstart relationship development. Once you get into our premium service, you get into our supplemental activities, and this is where we really separate ourselves from the competition. We focus around tournament logistics and organization, also client chat to help with coordination, and we are looking to develop a recreational sports book which will increase the engagement with our community. The key resources we leverage to make these value propositions happen is our partnerships, most importantly. The YMCA allows us to provide equipment and staff for all of our events. Our most recent and most important resource has been our app developments and maintenance team, who have created a unique and pleasing AI for all of our users, or UI for all of our users. And our most important future resource will be the licensing and approvals that we're seeking for our recreational sports book, which will evolve into the core of our revenue structure.
Thanks, Aaron. So here at Teamsters, we like to say there is no I in Teamsters. So that being said, we focus in a wide variety of demographics, starting from millennials, Gen Zs, to professionals of all ages who are mentally healthy and sports conscious. When we look at our cost structure, it's pretty industry standard. Our biggest cost is going to be our application itself and keeping up to date and running it 24/7. The other one is third-party commissions that app stores and Samsung Play stores takes. The other one is advertising of our application itself, and one of the biggest that we foresee coming in the future, which is a one-time cost, is going to be enhancing our application for some of the key features we're going to go later in the slides. When we look at our revenue structure, as Aaron mentioned earlier, we follow a freemium version of revenue structure. That being said, we offer a wide variety of free services to all of our users, and we attract them using banner ads, and we create revenues through those free users. And on the other end, we have our premium subscription, which is $9.99 per user, and they also have an add-on option, which is 99 cents per premium tournament. And the other future revenue sources is going to be our sports book and some of the betting features that we're going to incorporate later on.
So we wanted to get out into the market and see if there was actually value for this type of service. And as you can see here, we have several testimonials from both individuals who'd use this for personal use, as well as those who'd use it for business use. And the common thread we found through all of these testimonies was that they really valued the team aspect, as well as the coordination surrounding sports activities. This was especially evident in our veteran community, where we interviewed a veteran who had said that the most important aspect of his high school sporting career, as well as his time in the military, was the camaraderie he felt. And he felt that Teamster would be a great tool to help recreate that feeling in his personal life. If you look in the packets we handed out to you, we also have another example of one of our veteran initiatives, where every year during Veterans Day weekend, we offer free tournaments and food to celebrate all members of our armed services. And we also donate the first 2 months of premium revenue for all armed service members to the Wounded Warrior Project.
All right, so here we see some of the key features, and these are offered on our free platforms for every user to use. The first one is just our live scoring application that does incorporate some of the timing features and other like news and some of the other future games that are going to be happening in your local area. The second one is just a sign-in page or a login page when every user comes into our platform. And the third one here is very unique because every location that if you're new to a location, you could sign in and see which sports or which clubs are playing in that local area, and you could go and join those clubs itself.
So how can we help one another? Well, our most significant project in the future is going to be the recreational sportsbook betting. To make Teamsters expand outside of this room, we ask you, judges, and the audience for any connections for marketing and raising capital. That being said, the time to balance our digital connections and being active is now.
Teamster Sports, pick up your future. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yeah, let's see if this will work. Yes, I have a question. Nice presentation. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Especially leading off and pressure's on. I'm curious, some of your costs, you had in one of your slides a cost structure of 70% of your cost going to an app. Is that ongoing, or is that something you think would just be initially required to get to market? Can you explain that a little bit better?
Yep, so that's one-time cost. I believe I briefly touched on when I was speaking about it, but We already have our application built, but we need some additional funding and some additional resource towards that to incorporate some of the features like sports books and some of the betting features, because those do require some strategic partnership with a couple other vendors and some of the other industry betting platforms.
So keeping on those lines then, so thank you for explaining it. That makes sense. Going a little bit deeper then, and you having 10% going to advertising. So again, through the same lens, with a business like this, how much ongoing costs are needed to continue to go to the market? Like, what's your primary customer acquisition, and is that going to be wrapped into that marketing spend?
So most of our emphasis right now is around grassroots movements. We've been focusing on our advertising in local universities as well as in our YMCA recreational facilities. And so right now our focus has been around grassroots movements. And we also have a lot of Google advertising and Facebook advertising, but we are looking to expand into more advertising campaigns as we move forward.
All right, one question, and then I'll hand this off. YMCA sounds like a critical partner. I'm at the desk of YMCA or running the location. One of you guys walks in, be like, I don't got a lot of time. What's your kind of 30-second pitch here to be like, why would the YMCA want to partner with you?
Well, the YMCA has always been a traditional institution that has brought a lot of people together. We're all about facilitation of relationships, so we think that our values would go really well together. And also a nonprofit YMCA organization like that, we would hope that they would also be on board with creating these types of meaningful relationships.
Good, thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your presentation. Tell me what you've learned about this market. Is it a growing market? Is there a gap for this type of need? What kind of trends are you seeing?
We just see that there's definitely a need for a more casual type of networking experience. There's obviously a lot of value in services like LinkedIn and Neighbors, but the market gap for something more casual and more recreational that focuses on these core aspects of teamwork and skill development is a kind of a market gap that we're trying to fill.
Okay, and then one kind of different question is thinking about your scalability. What type of staff or people on the street do you have to go into a new market or to grow a new market?
Well, like I said, we were emphasizing these grassroots movements. So what we would do is when we move into a new market, we're trying to really connect with current students and universities, and we start there. We work with these grassroots movements. We advertise in our local YMCA locations, and we just try to create these small movements within these communities.
Okay, I have two questions. I want to start with digging in a little bit on your customer validation. You had 4 customer comments that we saw up on the board. Was it a larger survey pool? How big was the survey pool? How big were the questionnaires? How did you do that? I guess is my question.
The validation was just through interviews primarily, but we would want to expand into more market research surveys. It was something we had intended to do. We just didn't have the time to do the full statistical analysis. But we definitely want to get in and do more campus-wide survey at all of our locations.
Okay. And the other thing is about the competition. You mentioned 2. Could you tell me a little bit about those 2?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Your competitors, who are they?
Oh, competitors. Yeah, so TeamSnap is our national competitor. They have over 24 million users, and they do something very similar to us. They try to facilitate connections for recreational sports activities. And on a local level, IM Leagues is an app that Penn State uses here to organize their intramural sports. But there are a lot of features that students aren't happy with, and we're trying to fill that gap.
Was there a specific gap that you found from the students that the IM Leagues?
They just felt that the app wasn't very intuitive or optimized well, and they wanted more customization options for their teams and leagues.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think what this team has told us is that regardless of what stage of your professional life you're in, sports and building teams is really what brings people together. So, all right, next we can call on Pull Up, a party app company.
Good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, fellow entrepreneurs. We are Pull Up, an event hosting social media company. So today we'll be covering an overview of what we will do, how we'll do it, and how it will revolutionize nightlife and social media. So what you see before you is our current team, and I'm Luis Gomez.
I'm Spiros Angelopoulos.
And I'm April Demsko.
All right, guys, let's go through a brief overview of our business. So as Luis said, we're a social media event platform. Within our platform, individuals can either host or attend parties. For hosts, they can set their preferences in terms of what's the location of the party, what would be the setting, what would be the music, and then set the fee for. As an event goer, you have the ability to browse through multiple parties in your page, which are sorted based on your likeness and your location. So privacy is incredibly important to us. Let me present you this. Imagine you're having a 21st birthday party with your girls, and all of a sudden, Uncle Balmer shows up out of nowhere. That's not a situation we would want to have. So we have very strict age, picture, and photo ID verification guidelines. And also, we have very strict guidelines on not showing the address unless the invitation for the party is accepted by the host. Moving on, you can see a little bit of our overview, our customer journey, going through the app from our events page all the way to our confirmation page. Two important points are, first of all, the rating system. We keep an open source rating system to make sure quality control is kept. And also, we try to provide as much information about the parties, while obviously not being intrusive. That information is what's the average age of the partygoers, what's the gender distribution, and whether the party is or event is LGBTQ friendly.
Moving on to our value proposition, we'll be going through this more in our competitors slide, but basically this is combining event planning with social media while having those different options for privacy settings as well as monetization. It also shows different features such as the average age of event, as already mentioned, but also if it's dry, if there's parking, maybe the genre of music. Going into our competitors, our biggest one is going to be Eventbrite. So this is mainly a browser, so it's not a social media platform. On Eventbrite, you can search public events, and you can also share a private event with your friend, but you are then, as the host, going through the labor of individually sharing out that invitation. And then we have Facebook, which requires the social media aspect that's already built into all our Facebook accounts. So with Facebook, we have the settings to make a private event that's visible to our friends within a Facebook group, or that is public. The issue with wanting to have more privacy with the Facebook event, as I've had while planning Facebook events, is if I want to make a private event and only invite certain people, I have to have them added as a friend. And I do make a lot of events for Asian queer communities, and while I want to make that community, I don't necessarily want everybody to know where I work or what my niece looks like. Furthermore, we have Partyful, which is a relatively new browser. So on Partyful, it has that same feature that we're looking at, where you don't get the address of the event until you are a verified attendee. An issue with this, though, is that you can't add friends and that you're not searching public events. For example, I went to an event in Manhattan that used Partyful, and I'm running through Penn Station trying to find the link because it's not centralized in my app and profile already. Some of our target customers are going to be patrons, and this could be different age groups like 18 to 20, where it will be a dry event for legal purposes, but also I'm 25 and I don't want to look at an event and the age distribution is 20. It's not my crowd, so I won't go to it. It'll also be helpful for event planners and other businesses and venues that want to use it. So I was an event coordinator for non-prior service students when I was at my Air Force training base, and my biggest pain point with even spreading the word is that I had to do it verbally and trust other people to do it in their squadrons or to the Marine students or to the Army students verbally, because there wasn't a way for me to maintain OPSEC and also spread that event without throwing flyers everywhere. So for this, I can maybe make an event coordinator account for those non-prior service students, have them verified through ID Me, And if I had any of my own further verifications, I could have the students come in and show me. But then that tells me that they are verified and that they should be able to see my events. Furthermore, if we have ID me verification, any event can use that to give military discounts for their events.
So moving on to our goals include crowdfunding, of course, because with the high cost of developing and marketing a high quality and secure application, the actual development and marketing and beta testing of the app in one location upon its launch.
So our strategy is very marketing heavy. So for us, step one, we want to grow our audience by the way of social media marketing, just try to gain a bigger fan base. Once we have that fan base, we can collect more information relating to our users and their preferences. This is extremely important because it will allow us to segment events according to the biggest and most unique channels of traffic, because what we want is to provide the most unique and personalized event per user. And lastly, we want to grow organic traffic with referrals and also with incentives to join our app.
For cost drivers, as previously mentioned, we're going to have app development and marketing costs, but we're also going to have fees such as being in the App Store and also maintaining our app updates. So a huge thing, if we're going to have all this information, we want to have the proper servers and data storage, and we also want to make sure we're having good cybersecurity measures, because the number one way to take down a person, a company, or a country is through cybercrime. So we're going to make sure that we are patching any of our bugs immediately, as well as making sure we're compatible with any operating systems such as Apple or Android.
So for our revenue model, this will also operate on a freemium version, and the in-app purchases and subscription models will include things such as removing ads and also giving people the ability to remove these ads or also put their own ads up for different business purposes. Partnerships also with different businesses is going to be a huge revenue model for clubs, bars, and other businesses of the sort.
So if you have no plans, pull up. Thank you. Any questions?
Sure, I'll start off again. By the way, excellent use of the word OPSEC. Loved it.
My favorite thing.
More people should have OPSEC. So nice presentation, guys. You hit some really great points. I'm curious if I had to ask you directly, I know it was in there, but if you were to really pinpoint it, who is your ideal customer profile? Who do you see as the biggest adopter and early user of this product?
So it would be mostly young adults past, we would say college age, that still want a personalized, unique experience, but they don't necessarily want to go to a party full of basically 19 and 20-year-olds. And also, it's mostly about creating unique experiences such as rooftop events or garden parties, and so that would be more of our young adults, young professionals would be our main target audience starting off.
I'd like to add to that as well. So one of our driving reasons to do this is because the party culture in America is huge. You know, in every college, there's parties going on under the table, things that shouldn't be happening, and it's a very unsafe environment. So with the ability to check wet and dry laws, ordinances, laws, and location, and grouping all that together, we will make sure that parties are being done the right way, that law enforcement does not have to get involved. And so everyone can remain safe. The host knows who's coming. The person who's going knows where they're going. And so everything's just centered around safety. So basically anyone who wants to have a good time and have that peace of mind also.
So follow up to that. Assuming you're collecting, your revenue is built upon advertising. If anyone's watching right now, Facebook, right, or Meta is getting crushed because the advertising business is eroding, so that could be a concern in this type of business model. But if you were forced to actually say, change the paradigm and not use advertising as a revenue stream, who do you think the real consumer of your product is? Is it the customer profile that will pay the subscription, or is there another revenue stream that you could adopt?
Yeah, so one of the other revenue streams is actually being able to monetize the party yourself as the host. So this will be done through a point system. This point system will be part of the in-app purchases, and these points will be used to post and also request invitations from hosts. So with this point economy, the in-app purchases for these points that will be needed to be used to perform actions on the app will also be a stream of income. And through the cover charges that the people will be charging, then we will also take a share of their ticket costs, whatever it would be.
Got it. Thank you.
Right, and have you done any customer interviews to understand if, the demographics that you talked about are willing to pay for this? Or how are you going to get adoption with things that, they're looking at things that right now that aren't costing them?
Absolutely. So one of the biggest factors of why we did this as well is because as we went out and we grew up and wanted to experience nightlife, we noticed that if we didn't want to go to a bar or a club and we wanted to just hang out with friends or go to something a little bit more casual, that was impossible to find unless you knew exactly who was throwing it and you got an invitation or through a third party. So this is basically a marketplace for people to advertise their events, and so other people can find them as well, and basically have a marketplace for having a good time, while also incorporating the safety aspect.
Okay, and how are you going to reach your customers? You have to have folks that are going to come on to place an event, and then others to find. So how do you find those two different groups?
That's a very great question. So first, because of the incentive of monetizing the party and because of the nature of that, one of the largest places where we can find that easily is through Greek life. So through Greek life, and that's incorporated in almost all major schools in the nation. They already charge for parties. They have their structure already. So if you give them a platform to do this, then we're basically just profit sharing off what they already do. So the market is already there for that. Do you want to add?
Additionally, so as someone who is queer, a lot of our issues is that we have historically had events that have substance use because they had to go underground. So this could even partner with local LGBTQ organizations or even people who've made their own groups, because that group often does want to find more dry events. Like Glow in Harrisburg, all their events are dry, which is like absolutely optimal for me in general.
Thank you.
I just had a question about your growth strategy. When you talked about I think there were 3 bullets there. Can you talk about what you expect to happen? And you addressed in Partyful, the one app that you didn't really care for, but that's out there now. How do you plan to get past some of those hurdles that they're having in your strategy?
So one very big value point that we have is that we fill in a lot of gaps that other applications don't have. For example, you could see that Eventbrite had a very good way of reaching out and basically having tickets, but there was no social aspect of it. So our growth, our ideal way of growing would be through use from Greek life and through our Penn State connections and our Penn State alumni, just because we really believe in our school and really believe that it can take us to the next step. And past that implementation, it can basically go the Facebook route where it starts from a college and then just expands and goes further.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to add something?
Also, it gets rid of some of the pain points that we have with social media, because Facebook, a lot of young adults aren't using it, but like being Asian and from an immigrant family, that is a group that heavily uses Facebook, but I can't really say the same for other people who are 25. And now we see a lot of people exiting Twitter. And in general, this is social media, but it's only event planning. So you're seeing just events, but you don't have to go on it and compare yourself to other things that you see happening, and you don't have that effect on your mental health that we're seeing with other apps such as Instagram.
Cool, thank you.
Great job, Pull Up. With the current age of social media, it is very innovative to have a social media event sharing platform while also maintaining privacy so that everyone can have a good time at a party of their choice. Our third team now is going to be another sports app company called Repeak.
Thank you for all of your coming. And here's Bobby, Xiaoyi, and Xingqi. We're so glad to be here to introduce our product, Repeak, application for helping people with a sports injury recover, like its name, helping people to get their peak again. As various sports become popular and health awareness of the whole people increase, the base of the sports crowd is constantly rising. Not only athletes, the sports injury rate of normal people is rising at the same time. Sports injuries are fatal for our body function, whatever is small or big. So we would like to design an application for people with sports to deal with immediately and professionally recover after the injury and try to avoid secondary injury in the future. When people have sports injury, they may seek help through online research, family members, asking faculty and staff, or go to the hospital directly. Online research and asking family members cannot find the professional information of type of injury and treatment immediately. And seeking faculty and staff will be professional, but it's not convenient. You know, in sports team, the fitness coach and physical therapist will help athletes for treatment, but for normal students, we need to make a reservation in health center for injury treatment. Going to hospital is the most professional way, but that means a lot of spending of time and money. For normal injury, making appointment is also not convenient. For part one is our value. Let me show you, in the current market, we found two well-received sports injury recovery apps. The first one is Exact. It's focused on the injury selection, time planner, and video exercise, especially for running. And the in the right side, the sports injury rehab is focused on the graphical explanation and analysis. They all miss a key point, that is professional. We will cooperate with the doctors who are working in hospital, physical therapy, and sports team. In our app, Repeak, people can do a professional questionnaire created by doctors showing on the app, such as location, intensity, or what kind of pain in all this question, so that the app can give a relatively professional result, a quick professional diagnosis. For people who get injury, the app will generate a suggestion of immediate dealing and the treatment after result, and a timeline of recovery, including action and duration, like showing videos and text. For more important part, the app contains a platform of a community of user and users and user and doctors. Users can pose a question of injury on the board, and doctors answer it and give advice for it. From the feedback of users, doctors will be graded from their answers' usefulness and times. For a high-grade doctor, the platform will give them reward, which means more income. And users can decide to give more tips for doctor individually. For serious injury and long-term recovery injury, patients will cooperate with the doctor for a long time, and like making a long-term specific and customized plan for recovery. and our cost is divided by 4 parts. The entertainment for advertisements, especially on the social media, and cooperation with the Army and college. We wish we can be approved by the Army as the official app for sports injury, and the college will use the same mode as well. And tech department is committed to maintaining the operation of the community and the information security of user form. And doctor fixed income and the additional reward is the key to attract more doctors and encourage them to work harder. And the revenue is formed by the charge of downloading. Our app is a professional sports injury app, and so we need to charge a low amount of money for using our service of quick diagnose and the advice from doctors. And the long-term cooperation with the between patients and doctors. This session will be more professional because doctor will customize the plan for patients. Our platform will supervise doctors and update their information on time with the patients, ensure their cooperation, and we charge more fees from this session service. And then the derivative product generated by our brand, like exercise equipment, for example, the dumbbell and elastic band with the action suggestion. And the target customers, including all the age, whatever young, old, and whatever the type of sports. We only focus on people who have risk to get sports injury and people who has already experienced this sports injury or during the sports injury to recover in a professional way. In our business model, we offer normal charge mode for downloading for basic crowd. With a corporation like Army or college, our app will need a certification military. With the certification uploading, we offer huge discount for thanking their service for country, and the college student will use the same mode. And this is our prototype of the app. Thank you. Yeah, questions?
Yeah, I have a question. How do you address insurance? So, I can go to a doctor and my insurance covers, my visit. How would that happen with your app?
We just using this app to build a platform. We don't need to cover the insurance. We patients use this app to communicate with the doctors in this community, and doctors give answers and advice and get paid from it. And they don't need, the patient don't need to go to the hospital in person. Yeah.
Okay, and then I missed the pricing. So how much would it cost, and what's your revenue model? Can you just kind of explain that in a little more detail?
Yeah, for basic crowd of people, we charge low amount of money, like $10, and for other like Army and college students with the corporation, we got a huge discount for them. Yep.
Okay. And also for the long-term service, and because they actually need the help, so we will, they should cost more money to get the long-term service, and so this is a part of our revenue.
Yeah, I have just one question. So you gave a lot of information, very, obviously you've spent a lot of depth there. I'm curious if we were to extract all that out, yeah, I'm imagining you don't just come up with this idea for no reason. So what was the nexus? What's the origination of this idea? Why for you guys?
Because the sports injury is so serious for us. Whatever small and big sports injury cannot be cured 100%. So, there's a lot of people get sports injury around me. So, and in the current market, there's no such application, including professional and convenient. So I think that is an empty in market. So it should be application like that.
Got it.
I didn't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was great repeat. It's important for everyone to be able to have access to medical professionals' guidance so that people know how to treat their ailments and get the right help, right? So now we have electrical application technology, also known as EAT. Give a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian England, and I will be, hold on, check. Is it, which button? I'm not good at, okay. And my product is called EAT, Electrical Application Technologies. The mission of EAT is working together to integrate existing technologies into the current electrical market, to develop increasingly efficient systems to support the growing demands, and to expand application of technology for consumers and businesses. Okay, Gestalt. I love this word. This is my favorite word. I love strawberry cake. But the only person who made the perfect strawberry cake was my grandmother. Everyone who's tried the recipe just can't get it right because she cooks with love, right? Well, I want to use and implement this into my training, train with love. I'm a 10-year veteran, and as training soldiers, I learned one thing that was very important, is that you empower somebody, you empower yourself. I was a medic, which is a force multiplier. I want to be a force multiplier as far as training. I want the training to come from the bottom up. Someone can just walk in, kind of like the military. All you need is to be there and to be trainable. I'll train you from the ground up. We'll work on technical proficiency, and we'll develop this company together. Problems with the current electrical market. First of all, energy storage costs. Cost of batteries are high. They're only going to get higher. The grid. If anyone knows anything about what happened in Texas recently, the grid is, definitely a future problem that we're going to have to start addressing. Materials. There's a proposed lithium storage by Boston Control Group by 2035. And if we're going to be building all of this technology, using more batteries, we kind of need lithium. Application. There are more jobs than workers. There's no shortage of electrical jobs in the country today. There are not a bunch of electricians sitting around going, man, I wish I had work to do. The applications are endless, and they grow as more people consume electricity and use more technologies, electronic vehicles, for instance. It's just going to keep going. We're always going to be consuming more energy. So there's plenty of food on the table, plenty of food. Demand is way higher than supply, right? We need more people to be able to connect these applications and give these opportunities and be able to actually do this work. Blackouts. I live in PA. I live in very rural PA. Every time there's a storm, we're without electricity for a couple of hours. And that is going to be a continuous problem as far as like the current grid and the current system goes. We don't really have a solution for it yet. Solutions. Plastic batteries. There's a company, it's an MIT company, startup called Polyjoule. They make plastic batteries. And we'll talk about them more later. But right now, expanding energy gathering capabilities, renewable energy, highly efficient materials, being able to process our energy, being able to not only store energy, but produce more energy. Because in the future, we're going to need more energy. Repurposing and recycling. In the construction field, I don't want to say wasteful, but it doesn't pay to save, if that makes sense. Repurpose and recycling isn't really a priority because it takes a lot of time. Time is money, especially in those degree fields. So it's easier just to throw it away and count it as loss, which affects us all negatively. New product development. New products are coming out every day. EVs, electronic vehicles, right? 20 years ago, you would be like, well, you know, that's a thing of the future. Now, it's already here. How many homes have EV chargers in them? How many places of business have EV chargers? If we have 1 million more electronic vehicles, who's going to charge it? Where's the energy coming from? How's that going to affect the grid? And energy storage to support the current electrical grid. Instead of trying to build a bigger grid, maybe we could store the energy, put less stress on the system. The existing technology, we have high efficiency utilities, high efficiency washers, dryers, HVAC, all these things. Batteries, renewable energy, and electric vehicles. This is a cost page, a quick summary of this page. A typical 5 kilowatt hour battery, lithium ion, $900 per year, once you space it out to the 15-year lifespan. The grid, power grid, is an average cost of 14 cents per kilowatt hour in PA, and that's only getting higher. So grid power is getting more expensive, and renewable energy capabilities and materials are getting cheaper. Solar panels used to be more expensive, now they're more cost effective. As this technology keeps getting invested into, it's going to become more and more and more manageable and profitable. Cost structure for an electrician, they're doing fine. They get the work, they get it done, the profit margin is great. You know, materials, size of the work, contracts, and also solar power. Photovoltaic installers, they're also doing very well. And one of their biggest margins right here is purchases. Make a note of that. All right, so Polyjoule, the MIT startup, this is what I really want to talk about. It is a battery that does not use lead or acid. It is safer. The materials are abundant because it's plastic. Less expensive, they last longer. The average lithium ion battery is about 6,000 cycles. It's about 15 years. Right now, Polyjoule is currently at 12,000 cycles, or 30 years, and it's rapidly increasing. Their currently costs are $64 per kilowatt hour, and it's projected to be 20 within about a decade. That's what they project. It's climate tolerant. It works in extreme heat and extreme cold. Not only is it climate tolerant, it doesn't need HVAC maintenance cost. You don't need a cooling system. You don't need a heating system. You set it and forget it. Extreme power density, which means it can charge very quickly, it can discharge very quickly. 1 million watts in less than 10 seconds. Lithium ion batteries, it takes 60 seconds, and that's the best they've ever done. Future concepts also, because energy application and technology, it's going to be forever growing. I see in the future thermophotovoltaic AC and heat, geothermal composting, electroculture, renewable energy pods, non-metallic conductors. I see in the future plastic wiring, which would make the cost even less. You wouldn't have to worry about copper shortage or metal shortage. And I want to leave you with a quote with Nikola Tesla. Invention is the most important part of a man's creative brain. The ultimate purpose is the complete mastery of mind over the material world, the harnessing of human nature to human need. Thank you for your time. Questions?
So I get the overall problem. What is your specific solution, and what are you delivering to address it? And for whom? Like, who's your customer?
My customer is the consumer and businesses. Anyone who has electrical needs. Usually there are like solar panel installers, and then there's electricians. I'm going to be an electrician that does all of it. And I want to focus on apprenticeships, professional development, and that'll be my force multiplier. I will develop someone, I will take care of you, good benefits, make sure they're part of the business structure so they can go independently and help. And it's more of a collaborative effort. It's not profit-based. We know the profit's going to be there. We can work together, get the labor done, get the jobs taken care of, and have an organized approach. And the market right now, there's such a high demand that we can't even fulfill all the job requirements now. We're behind, if you will. So we need more people to come in. And especially with veterans like me, I didn't want to go back to school after 10 years. I just wanted a job like pay me, teach me, let me go. And I want to extend that opportunity to not only veterans, non-veterans, anybody. You want to show up, you want to learn, and you want to take pride in your craft, I'm the kind of person for you.
So on that line, I'm trying to understand the business model. What are you actually in the business of? It's not crystal clear to me.
Electrician. And I'm going to add all the applications to it. If you look at electricians now, not only doing upgrade work, but new construction, but people, if you want an electric vehicle, someone's got to install the plug. The higher efficiency, like LED lighting, is higher efficiency than previous light bulbs. They're actually looking at possibly using low voltage cabling instead of normal voltage cabling, which would be less of an amp draw, so it's more efficient for the client. But someone has to actually apply these technologies, put them together, and I could offer packages. I can do regular upgrades, I can do services, I could do new builds, and then I can implement this technology while out in the field, and we're actively working for it and say, hey, this works. So we can package it, test it actively, and then apply it to the entire market.
So you would be running a group of electricians doing actual physical work inside of homes and locations?
Yes, sir.
To provide that service. So I myself, let's say I'm going to buy an electric car and I need a certain wattage in my garage, which is very typical. Mm-hmm. A service like yours would supply that, but also additional batteries and solar. I'm just like,
anything you want that has to do with electricity. You want to put an EV in, you want to put a hot tub in, you want to upgrade your house, you want to add an addition, you want to, your bill's too high, and your bill might be too high because you have too much amp draw on a circuit, so I can branch a circuit. Anything that has to do with residential, commercial, industrial, electric, any kind of power. I'm a student of the game. As an electrician, the more experience I get, the more I'm going to learn, the more I'm going to teach my people. And that experience, that hands-on knowledge, and that practice is what I'm going to not only offer other people who want to come in, give them an opportunity, take care of my troops, and also the consumer, because we care about the quality of the product.
So who do you view as your competition?
Who do I view as my competition? Other electricians, other solar panel installers. But the problem is, I can go to City Hall now, and there's hundreds of jobs that just need bids and need to be done. So I do have a lot of competition, but there's a huge market demand. And the great part about it is there's so much variability. If solar's not working right now, I can work on services. If services isn't working, I can work on new installs. If new installs isn't working, I can work on research. So it just kind of takes all of these businesses that are individualized, and I'm putting them all under one roof so I can be multivariable. And the good part about that is, since I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket, if at this time, this part of the business isn't working, I can focus on another part and it can kind of balance things out.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Amazing job, EAT. Energy usage and saving energy is a hot topic in the world right now. So it is really good to see a company trying to tackle the issue for the future. Coming up next, we have Vet Connect, a social media company that will connect veterans.
Hello, my name's Aiden.
And I'm Keith.
And we're proud to be presenting our social media, Vet Connect.
This is Kurt Miller, otherwise known as Curtis. He's a family friend of ours who was discharged from the military, and he served for over 20 years. And when he got home, he realized that there's a strong disconnect between serving in the military and going back to your normal household life.
We've talked with other veterans and other people who have previously served in the military, and we found that there was a common problem. The difference between actually serving in the military or armed forces and then adjusting to regular life can be very difficult because of the lack of connections people have once they return home. In addition, we realize that this can lead to poor mental health and mental health issues such as depression, and can even lead to suicide. Another problem we realized throughout our research is that it can be difficult for younger people who are interested in going into the military to find resources and personal connections so that they can learn additional information.
Yeah, so what VetConnect does is it's a social media platform, but it's actually more than that because it's more accessible for the older generation because I think the average age of veterans is around 55 and up. So we made it very accessible for them. And what it does is it can connect veterans to other veterans in your area. So when you get discharged or when you come home from the military, you can actually debrief and get this sense of face-to-face interaction, which is actually super powerful. And then what it can also do is it connects veterans to students or kids that are looking to enroll into the military. So it allows them to share their stories, their just past history and what they learned, and honestly, like any kind of, history that they would have had serving in the military, they can share that with kids or adults who want to enroll in the military. And then the last thing is it actually allows people to get fundraisers. So if I'm a veteran and I need the surgery, sometimes the military will pay for it, and I'm sure you guys might know this, but sometimes it doesn't. So this will allow them to fundraise and just generate funds through just regular people and help support the veterans. And one other thing is that it also allows veterans to see events in their area that are veteran kind of surrounding and for veterans, so they can see that and they can see from a 1 to 5 to 50 mile radius what's going on near them. So.
Yeah. What we see this as being most powerful at is creating a relationship between an experienced veteran so that they can act as a mentor to someone who is looking to pursue the military. So here is a layout of a prototype of our app. On the very first screen on the left, you can see as soon as you download the app, you'll be asked to sign up or log in if you have an account. To sign up, all you need is an email or Apple ID so that you can create an account. Once you log in, on the second slide, we use Curtis Miller as an example, but it would be your home screen where you can see your profile and then also some options. So in this one, the top left, you can see veterans in your area. So if you were to click on that, you would be able to see just a general location of where other veterans or other users of this app are located, so that if you're interested, you can reach out to them via message and just start a conversation that way. And hopefully over time, you can get to know them better and maybe meet them in person at like a restaurant or something, just to have that face-to-face connection where you can talk to them about their experiences. At the bottom left, you would see purple, it's events in your area. So I know on Veterans Day, there are a lot of like 5Ks and fundraisers to help support veterans. So this would show you some local events in your area. And then the bottom right, the green, is fundraisers. So you could see local people who are putting on fundraisers. So the middle slide there, you can see that's just a prototype, like what the map would look like. It would just have like locations of where other people are located, and you can find people who are somewhat near you. Like we said, you can have different like variations. So you have like people within 1 mile where you live, people within 5 miles, and then also within 50. And then there's the profile page. You can add what department you served in, how long you served for, just some awards you had, and like anything about yourself that would allow people to know you better. Finally, on the very right is the fundraising page. You can see here for this example, it would be for a knee surgery. So if their family is not able to support it, you can set a monetary goal. So for this one, it was $20,000, but you would be able to donate to help support the veterans that way.
Yeah, so the cost to start up. So first of all, we had the app development, and that's kind of just general setting up the systems, website, app. And then second, we have app administration. So we got to innovate the app, keep it new, fresh, new ideas, and also just customer service kind of would go alongside that. And then also marketing. So marketing is how are we going to bring like awareness to the event and the app as a whole. So what the military has is they have something called a TAP system, and it's a 3-month program that you get enrolled in when you are discharged from the military. And what this would do is if we partner with them, this would allow us to, bring a lot of awareness. Possibly they could set up a profile in that system so that right when they get through the whole program, they could seek more support through our app and, just like awareness, Yeah, so, and then lastly, the data servers. With any app, any website, you always have like physical servers that would be in a warehouse. That's kind of the last cost that we would have through that.
So revenue, how we're making money. We want this app to be free and available to anyone, so there's no charge to download it from the App Store, and there wouldn't be a necessary subscription that you have to pay. Our two main ways of making money would be through advertisements, since the majority of customers would be veterans, those actively serving in the military, or those who are wishing to serve in the military. Any product that is related to those categories could make money by advertising on our site. Another way would be raising money through the funds that are raised on our program. Similar to other crowdfunding campaigns such as GoFundMe, Kickstarter, they all take a percentage of what is generated through that app. So we'd probably be taking anywhere from 5 to 10% of the total funds raised. And then that would be a second way that we make money. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll go first. I don't think I heard you identify any of your competitors. Who are you trying to fix? What problems have you found in your?
Yeah, so that big thing is the connection. There are some social media apps that allow veterans to connect. We really want to emphasize that veteran to younger individual mentorship program. We think that is something that's very valuable, and that is what we really like to highlight so that we can create a strong bond and hopefully convince more people to maybe go into the armed forces or just allow them to create a connection with a veteran so they can discuss, just become close.
Did you identify any of them specifically that you thought was lacking? I guess was really my question.
Yeah. So Facebook and Instagram, they have groups that you can follow or be a part of, but you don't get the same experience when an app is fully faced just for this side of communication. So it actually makes it more accessible to them. And again, it is an older population. Social media is not their expertise, so this kind of just makes it easier for them and more accessible.
That was a good answer. Took away one of my questions.
That was mine too.
So you answered like 3 questions right there.
Yep.
So now you're going to get some hard ones as well. No, in all seriousness, what would you estimate, how many veterans are there in the U.S. right now?
Okay, so that's actually a good question. So every year, there are around 200,000 new veterans that are entered into the system. I don't know the total. Do you know the total?
So when we're first starting off, we'd start on a smaller basis. Lancaster County, for example, 27,000 veterans is what is estimated right now. So that is probably what we'd start with, just on a smaller scale, and then we could scale it up. I'm not sure offhand about the total number of current veterans in the U.S., but as Keith was saying, about 200,000 new veterans each year.
Yeah. Big market, yeah.
Good, yes. Then big markets matter. If you can monetize a big market. So if you're intending to give the app away for free, and you're looking for other revenue streams, we've heard advertising, and you'll hear me pick on everyone who brings that up, because it is an older model, it's relevant, but not a lot of us like ads. So there's other ways to make money potentially. I'm curious, take the ads away from your business, what are some opportunities to make additional revenue?
Yeah, so one option, actually followed by BeReal and Facebook, other big social media companies, is to officially not start with advertising right away, just so more people enjoy the app, and then eventually as they're committed to the app, they will introduce advertising and monetize that way. Another way we're looking at potentially making money is having like a premium option. We didn't include this here, we're not exactly sure what it would consist of, but as we're growing, we would consider a premium option similar to like LinkedIn. You have a premium for a monthly fee, you get added benefits, but yeah.
And then, so one more thing. So the app it's a very niche market, right? So we're only marketing, and it's mainly only for veterans or people that want to enroll in the military. And there is a very strong community that establishes. So that actually opens up a lot of very targeted advertisement that companies can do. We know about this one. It's actually a very growing business right now. It's a coffee business, and they're in almost every gas station. You can go find them. Not totally sure the name, but it is very niche, and it's a perfect spot for people to advertise. So once we find the right people, we think that they'll long-term kind of business relationship with them through advertisement. Yeah.
Okay, this is just a comment, not a question. Very clever finding out about TAPS and the Transition Assistance Program, because that is a jumping off point of everyone leaving the military, I believe, has to go through that. Yeah. And it's, I think, a very smart play to link that to your customer acquisition strategy. That's pretty clever.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. And I liked your logo, by the way, too.
Thank you.
That was very
Thank
nice.
you.
Are there plans for a beta? And what do you hope to learn if there is?
Yeah, so we actually are still getting into that. We are not app developers, believe it or not. We're actually still in high school. So definitely trying to find a partnership would be a huge thing, because not only would they help us create that, but they would help us maintain it and scale it. So that's something that we definitely look into. Yeah. Yeah.
We're good.
All right. Thank you guys very much.
All right, that was awesome, Vet Connect. So veterans having a way to connect could really be a really great way to build a community around our armed forces and to be able to help others. I just want to take the moment again to thank our veterans. And next we have the company Profit from the Experience Incorporated, focused in management consultants and recourse actions with their product, Pods.
Great, great. Hi, everyone. Great day to all. As she said, my name is Libby, by the way, Libby Profit, and Profit from the Experience Incorporated, which is a management company. Have any one of you ever ridden on a pod before? Seen a pod? All right, well, come with me, all right? We're going to go on an elite system pod with renewable energy, all right? But first, we got to get it started. How does this thing work? Do I need IT? Can I just point and click right here? Great. All right. All right, let's look at some of the issues. Pandemic, environmental issues, excessive plastic, right? We also have all this newly developed plastic battery, right? We have renewable energy, solar, hydro, wind. Pods have the capability to harness this energy. It's high powered, and it has long life, right? Made from solar material, plastic, and other innovative technology. It's handicap accessible. What's the problem? Overcrowded mass transit, personal space, thank you very much, social distancing, and it is a societal need. All right? Now you're gonna say, Libby, so what's the solution? You got all these problems. Well, the solution is the pods. If there's already an existing infrastructure, we're gonna use it. We're not gonna, we're gonna rewire it a little. We use the rails, we use the trains, already have the audience, so that helps with the marketing. Pods can be used in routes, or we can create new ones. There's a social media, TikTok, and other ways to advertise that space, right? Now I know you're saying, okay, that's a good solution, but what is it gonna do for me? It's gonna grow the economy, right? Create job, manufacturing, improve transportation, station infrastructure. It's going to do a lot of things. Pods will have the capability to commute in any arena. That includes underwater, aquatic, as well as, bus stations. As you can tell, these pods are pulled up behind the buses, so you have choices. Now, what am I gonna get? What am I gonna get? You're gonna get your Wi-Fi. You're gonna get all the features. It's gonna be military friendly. It's gonna have disability capability. It's gonna be pet friendly. It's gonna be equipped with MREs. If some of y'all don't know what that is, but it's gonna be social media ready. You can subscribe to it, like timeshare. As a veteran, I'm in a pod with another veteran. Sometimes we just like being around each other. Nothing personal. What kind of customers are we gonna see in these pods? Well, the elite, of course. That could be the age. Age individuals, they stand the test of time. They're elite. It could be, let's look at New York City, for instance. Over 1 million people. Demographics vary, right? Our market could also be airport, shopping center, hospital. It's unlimited. Pods is the future. Okay, now, Libby, how much is this gonna cost me? It depends on who you are and what you want. If you want a 4 to 6 person pod, you want a joint rail pod, you want pods with complements in it, If it's a long rail Say you're going to Miami, you might want a nap. So you want pods with comfort. You're going to pay for that, right? Based on the level it's going to take, most of the infrastructure for transportation is usually sponsored by the government. And then contractors come in and they bid for the building and maintenance. And then it comes down to the users. You want to use it, you're going to pay a part of it. So the cost will be divided depending on the stage of it. Price will vary, like I said, location and distance, and contractual agreement, military commuters. Is Amazon using it? You know, price will be different. Why do we need this? Well, look at some global competition. We need economic growth. We need stability. Look at our political threats. Look at our technological advancement, our social cultural trends. Look at what we got and what we need. Marketing strategy. Well, what you want? Do you want CO2 reduction? The pods, it's conserving energy. You know, it's made from these things that's going to save us. Plastic, it's made from all these things. You can get business shipping. It's digitally equipped. Individualized travel. What do you want is what you're going to get, and more. Like I said, the price will vary, and the product is these elite transit system with renewable energy. You can transport safe. It varies in size and design. Senior discount, military, disability, accessible. As you can tell, corporations can get involved. Our target audience, just think of Teslas. You know what I mean? Teslas 5 years ago only had a certain audience. Now, their audience different. So it's no limit. Any questions?
Thanks for your presentation. One thing that I'm kind of missing is the business model. So are you selling the pods? Like how is this being built and delivered, and who's the customer? Because obviously the system needs to be in place before the infrastructure needs to be in place.
Great question. And as I understand, you do consulting. Which is what this organization, Profit from the Experience, does, is consulting. In 2005, I got my bachelor's from SUNY. And one of the questions that was posed to me was, Libby, do you think we can ever see an African-American president? And my answer was, yes, we can. And I wrote a strategic plan that by 2008, I saw come together. So, how are we gonna make this happen? The government already, I'm sure, is on this. Because in 2021, as part of my MBA program here at Penn State, we did this. We created this. And I'm pretty sure it's already out there. Now, who's gonna pay for it, you said? The government is gonna pay for it, like they paid for the trains. You guys know this. All of the major, because of the political and policies and everything that goes into transportation, the US government has to put their foot into it. And every year, like line item, money is distributed for infrastructure, and transportation is one of the major functions and first distributed monies. So it's just a matter of which organization can bid on this, get us on the road, and get us into these pods. Which technologically advanced organization can get on this with us? Next question.
So the product itself, the pod itself doesn't exist yet. So what you're looking for is to create this infrastructure and be kind of the conduit, the person putting all these pieces together to bring this into existence. Did I catch that?
You got it.
Okay.
You're a veteran.
Okay.
You got this. Now, what we need is for the IT guys, and not that we don't like apps. We do like apps. We also like realistic, functioning structures, and we have to look to the future, because mass transit right now it's not at its worst. We can never be ungrateful for what we have achieved. Right? Going from boats or donkey carts to boats to now train, rail, air. We also need to go to pods. I can tell you have a question, just spit it out.
Actually, I don't have a question. You've explained everything.
Great.
Thank you.
Great.
That was an incredible presentation from the Profit from the Experience Incorporated. With the growing population and the need to get somewhere fast, pods provide a great mode of comfortable transportation. So now, let's welcome a food app company, Odium.
Hi everyone, thank you for having us tonight. My name is Owen.
And my name is Ivy.
Our company is OD.
Yum.
Why Odium though? And like college food sucks. And like I want like, and I'm from China, and like I miss our like authentic Chinese food. And people live in Harrisburg. The international student, they can't cook. So our solution is our solution is offer a common area. Our solution is offer a common area for students to come together and cook. And we have a grocery store that like you can go to our grocery store first, then you can buy the grocery, then we have a like shared kitchen for students. How Odium works?
It composes of 3 main points in which you first download our app, you shop for ingredients in the grocery store, and most importantly,
have fun in the kitchen.
And the first step is the app. It composes of 3 main components, and where the users could shop for groceries online and pick up in store. It also will allow users to make reservations online for guaranteed spots for kitchen use, but walk-ins are also welcome. And we also plan on creating events for students in which they can have bake-offs and cook-offs in which they can share each other's culture's food.
So groceries, like we are planning to open a grocery store as well, because like we offer fresh grocery within walking distance student on campus. Like a lot of like college students don't have car, they can't go buy groceries, they need groceries. And student can buy groceries in our apps, or they can do it in physically. And also if you buy our like kitchen membership, you can get discount on the groceries.
The third component is the kitchen. The kitchen is where students come together with the groceries they bought and they cook. And in order to ensure safety, we'll have staff available to overlook the kitchen safety and provide assistance if needed. Okay. This is like the overall concept and where you first reserve for a spot in the kitchen, buy groceries.
And the second step is like the third step is you cook in the kitchen. Then I know a lot of people are lazy and don't like wash dishes. So we can help us to wash your dishes. So that's how we make profitable. Like you pay the membership fee. Oh shit, that's over. And we have actually in our actual PowerPoint we have a private chef and a cooking classes and grocery store.
These are like the base costs, such as like electric stove tops, installation fees, and kitchen supplies, dishwashers, and grocery store construction. And the revenue streams are the membership costs, like the groceries and the kitchen membership fee, and also like cooking classes. We also plan on cooperating with Penn State and offering cooking classes to the students.
And also, you feel like don't know how to cook and you feel like don't want to cook, we have a private chef there that if like you buy the groceries from our grocery store, then you can give the groceries to the chef, then they can cook whatever you want to cook.
Our value proposition is the membership costs, and what makes us unique is we'll offer international products that aren't available locally, and this can also be referred as like an Asian Costco. And we also
Yeah, we also like provide the private chef fee. Like I think it's like a $10 per dish.
And then, which is another value proposition, is the cooking classes.
And like this is our model. This is the stove, and this is the dining area. Yeah, thank you.
I have a question. Is part of your business model, will you look to rent space in a campus, or?
We're trying to like cooperate with school because this is public school. We could like convince the government to give us like a base in school that we can like open a.
So within a campus, or
Yeah,
would you
within
be
campus.
positioned outside of a campus?
Like within campus.
So I'm sure you're aware in this space, just a lot of ways we can view competition to your business, right? GoPuff is one where someone could order what they need. A lot of businesses like Blue Apron have come under immense pressure trying to find profitability in this model. So ultimately, where do you see the real sustainability in this model? Is it a problem you're solving? Is it individuals that miss mom's cooking at home and are at college and need a taste of that? Or is the business model a little bit different than that, where it's more about providing a service to all students to perhaps get a taste and introduction to foods they might not have? I'm just trying to get a little bit more of what's the real angle and who you're positioning here.
I think it's like a little bit both. Like a lot of like international students still miss like home food, so they can cook by themselves. And we also provide like we cooperate with the school, so the school can have the cooking class, and the school can charge money for cooking class. So like a little bit both.
Got it. One more thing. I see the back of your shirt. All right, you have to get points for a cool shirt.
Thanks. Thank you.
My turn? Okay. Does there seem to be, among your friends and the folks that you know from the international students, does there seem to be a preference for them doing the cooking or for this private chef idea that you had?
I think it's like a little bit both. Like if you I'm a chef, so like I definitely would cook by myself. But like some people don't know how to cook, they could like the private chef could cook for them. Like, but some people like to cook by themselves, so they cook there. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
All right, what a great idea, Odium. I think all college students kind of wish to diversify from like instant noodles. Nothing against instant noodles. I like them. But like every night, it's getting a little repetitive. And definitely more options to try other foods and expand the palate is always welcome. I would just like to say that our international community here at Penn State Harrisburg and in this area in general is so strong, and I learn new things from them every single day. So I'd just like to point them out and give them a shout out. So moving on, let's introduce Kiskea Corp., a real estate company.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being here. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Steven Rodriguez, and I'm a first-generation student from the Dominican Republic. In 2013, my mother decided that we were going to move here, and I've been here ever since that July. Today, I will be presenting to you a vacationing/rental spa, which is a very interesting idea to invest in right in Punta Cana. Okay, so now you might be asking, why Punta Cana? Well, based on the traveling reports and how many tourists it received per year, just based on 2020, in the middle of a pandemic, Punta Cana received 5.94 million tourists, just the city alone. In 2021, the number was reduced due to traveling restrictions, and that's 3.31 million, and so far this year, it has not been produced. Punta Cana is known as one of the top destinations in the Caribbean due to its beautiful weather, its beautiful beaches, and of course, golfing. According to Forbes, the Dominican Republic is widely known as one of the best beachscapes in the Caribbean. So don't quote me, quote Forbes. All right, so right here we're breaking down an average cost for a 7-day vacation, excluding flight to the Dominican Republic. I'll go through this very quickly. For a single person, it's between $900 and $2,000. For a couple, it's $1,700 to $3,400. And for a family of four, it's between $2,700 and $5,700. Now, this is all without including golfing experiences or any high luxury. This is just the very minimum. This is just showing up and not showing out. Next slide. Now, why you might be thinking, why invest in Punta Cana? Well, I'll give you some social aspects before. It is a low crime rate city. It has 60 world-renowned resorts, and it has 11 PGA tours. It also has nearly perfect weather all year round. Isn't that perfect? Economically, it is located in the lower hurricane belt location. This means that we are protecting our investment. Natural disasters won't hit us. If any natural disaster passed through the Caribbean, it is very, very unlikely that it would touch Punta Cana, as it has been represented by the past couple of years. It is a rapidly growing infrastructure, having a lot of investors move in and put their money into Punta Cana, seeing the worth of it. It has grown and 7.1% in its own GDP within the last year. It has a high return on investment, and the best part of all, 0% property tax for the first 15 years. Now, I'll give you my idea. I want to purchase a half-an-acre plot of land inside of Punta Cana Resort and Club. Now, with this being said, the benefits that I'm looking to gain from Punta Cana Resort and Club is the leading luxury resort community, hosting one in which I consider the best golf course in the Caribbean. It also sponsors the PGA Rookie of the Year, which will be free publicity for our own complex. Lastly, it is a new U.S. News and World Report's best hotel in the Caribbean, and it's a top 25 hotel in the Caribbean. Now, let's get to business. La Cana Golf Club. La Cana Golf Club has 27 holes, consisting in 3 nines. First one is a Tortuga, second one is Hacienda, and third one is Arrecife. It has 14 holes with ocean views. It is the first course in the Caribbean to use paspalon grass. Now I'll give you a quick description on paspalon grass. Can you imagine trying to grow grass and all the water that you have is mixed with salt and you cannot grow anything? Here comes Punta Cana being innovative. The grass can maintain itself, and since the golf course is surrounded by the water, it almost provides near perfect conditions to be maintained in. It has been declared the #1 golf course in the Caribbean by Golf Magazine, and it also has won Golf Course of the Year by International Association of Golf Operators. Now, this is the benefits that we will provide to our customers, or essentially to you, our investors. Being part of our HOA, or Kiskea's Homeowners Association, you will have access to a members-only 19th hole terrace as being a club member of La Cana Golf Club. You have unlimited access to the entire golf course, expedited access to the golf course, VIP amenities and prices, special members only souvenirs and apparel, as well as priority investment opportunities. So if anything like this ever comes up again, you will get the priority in investment, and you will be able to make money with us as being part of our family. Now, I'll break down the terrain that I would like to purchase. The terrain is a half an acre inside of Punta Cana's most prestigious community, Hacienda La Altagracia. A current asking price is $435,000 and the expenses will be $50,000. Now, with that being said, the benefits that we would include is complex accessibility and allowing access to La Cana Golf, because as I earlier explained, as well as allowing access to their buffet and food parlors. Now, this is my 3D sketch. It is a very rough sketch, and please excuse me for the unprofessionalness of it. I try my best. But what I'm thinking of is having 5 units per floor, 2 units per floor, 5 floors. And the very last floor, the 6th floor, being an extremely big penthouse, which we would sell for over the top price. As I have a line here, I want to have subterranean parking, 20 parking spots subterraneanly. I want to have golf cart parking on the top right next to the administration building and a guest parking lot. Now, with that being said, this is my dream right here. This is what I would like to call the Kiskea village. With your help, hopefully, I will be able to purchase the plots of land near the one that I have just presented to you and be able to construct this. A community of golfers or people that like having vacation homes to rent or visit that are high profile and are like-minded. This will be the planogram of inside the apartment, and what they might look like right here is just being the kitchen area and maybe partly of the living room area. Now, you might be asking, why should I invest in you, and what is so special in you that you're going to be able to manage my money? Well, giving you a little background, my mother has been in the real estate business for the past 25 years. She herself has built 5 to 6 complexes all over the Dominican Republic and currently still has governmental ties. Inspired by that, I took hands-on to action and wanted to be able to just be like mom, because I admire her and she's been mom and dad to me. So I decided to follow through with it and follow on her aspect. Right here we have a planogram of how I would like to lay out the apartment. Right here we have a living room, kitchen space, separate kitchen space for show, eating table, 1 bedroom on the bottom. This would be the 2nd bedroom right here. Entrance, so that will be a 2nd guest room, and this will be where you will have your main events, as well as having access to a balcony. Now, I will give you my quick pyramid scale. I want people to invest into my company so that we can construct and eventually either sell or rent. Now, let's get down to numbers. The cost of construction is about $500 to $900 per square foot. I'm thinking about building 11 units, each unit being around 1,500 square foot. The cost per unit will be around $700,000 to $1.35 million, and the total cost of the project will be around $9 million. I'm so sorry we're out of time, but I do have answers for the rest of your numbers and how we will sell the project, the cost of the project, and also payment plans for our customers. If you have any questions, please ask them. I can still answer it.
Can you tell me how your scale, your design is going to differ from some of your competitors' design that are already in there?
Currently, there's nobody that has built a major living complex or anything like that in San Punta Cana Golf Club or Punta Cana Resorts. They sell the plots of land so that you can build your own separate villa. So they're expecting somebody to take the half an acre and build their own villa. What I'm coming with is an innovative idea of creating several housing units for the golfer. I'm thinking about people like yourself who are real estate investors or people that just like golfing, or the PGA golfers itself, because they travel often to Punta Cana. And over the last 3 years, we have had 2 major PGA events. So imagine just having a beautiful home in the Dominican Republic right next to the golf course where you can just enjoy all the activities you love doing. Sorry, I wasn't able to show you my presentation, but I also broke down the cost. The way that I'm trying to do it is you have an initial booking fee, which I'm thinking will be $25,000. After that, you make a down payment within 1 month of the booking fee of 25% of the total amount of the property. Then after that, while we're constructing the property for you, you pay us 55% of the total cost of the property. And at the end, before I give you the power of ownership, whether lease or more or less your title, you have to pay the last remaining 20%. This guarantees that we don't need no big investment from the bank or big loan. We can start construction with a small investment. We just need to find the demographic. I need to find 11 people that love golfing and will be almost secure on buying a property like this.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question that to follow on. You mentioned that this isn't currently being done. Why is that? Like, why isn't, other people buying these plots of lands and developing in this manner?
Current young people like myself with innovative ideas like this do not have the means or access to the amount of investment in order to purchase a plot of land. And in reality, people that end up purchasing this kind of plot of lands, because there are so few of them, they just decide to take it up for themselves and create a villa. So I don't think that there's not a market for it. I just think that people have not thought about it like that.
And do you think it's too small for real estate developers so that?
I think that it will be more like of a niche type of thing. Like, I don't think that Punta Cana Golf Club itself will be convenient for them because they like the golfers staying at the resort. But at the same time, there's the kind of people that like having their own space, secluded from everybody else, where they can just make their own rules and do what they wish to do. Especially the golfers. You know what I mean? Like, imagine you're a huge golfer, and you just come over here and you have a lot of notoriety, and there's a lot of people watching you. You don't want to be in the middle of it. You maybe not want to get your food. You might want to get a separate chef, and those are all type of qualities that we will provide. Like, I'm thinking about if we were to happen to build this and decide to rent them out, we could provide a chef with the rental fee and that kind of thing.
Well, you answered one of my questions before I even got to it, which was typically someone like yourself, the way you were talking, it was clearly someone in your family had either been in real estate or entrepreneurship. So it shows very well, and you presented very well. So just out of the gate, you're doing your job very well as a CEO and founder, which is talking with authority about numbers and conviction. So all that's really solid. I think it's a pretty interesting idea. Myself being a golfer and having just recently been on vacation golfing, I was very disappointed with the golf courses. So I think your demographic and how you're positioning that, a lot of well thought out. Here's a question though from the other side, speaking though from to an investor point of view, which is, how do I get my money out? What's the timeline, and how do I become liquid in this kind of investment?
This is a big part that I'm sorry about. I didn't get to go through the PowerPoint, but if you get the PowerPoint in your hands, go through it. I have everything listed down, but I will go through it for you. What I'm thinking about is you can rent the property. So let's say that you do happen to invest in it, right? The Dominican Republic has an expectancy of 80 to 90% of occupancy throughout the year for these vacation homes. That means that out of the 365 days of the year, 80% you will have somebody trying to stay there or staying there for sure. That means that we have around 292 to 320 days out of the year that it's possible for us to rent this property. If you were to rent this property for $1,000 a night for 292 days, that's $292,000 a year. In 2 years, you will have a 90% return on investment if you just decided to rent it out. In 3 years, the property will have paid itself off, and you will have made your first amount of profit, which will be around 45% of the total amount of the property. From there on, it's just all profit. So what I'm thinking is that within 5 years, you will make a return on investment, and you will start seeing profits.
Got it. Well explained. Thank you.
And then just to cover the other side, we decided to sell the units. The units are a certain cost for us to construct. But we're not, even though we have people invest into them and they're paying while they're being constructed, we're not selling them to them at that price. With that being said, if the unit costs us $732,000, we can sell it for $100,000 or $150,000. That way, just by constructing it, we're making money. And even if we decide to sell or rent, we're still coming out in profit. Any other questions?
You said there were 11 units in that
Yes.
in that building you showed. Okay.
So imagine one building complex, we have 5 floors. In each floor, we have 2 units, and then there's one final floor that takes up the
Penthouse.
entire thing, and it's the 11th unit. And that one unit will be it will cost $1.35 million to build, and I'm expecting to sell it between 1.6 and 1.7 million. But like, again, we're thinking about the type of person that will buy a penthouse in New York, who's a golfer and would love to have a penthouse in Punta Cana right next to the course. Also, something that I was not able to mention, I'm thinking about having an association with ECGO, which is the leading golf cart company. Through that way, when we sell the apartment, we could also make the option available to buy your own golf cart so you can get around the complex. Any further questions?
Thank you for an amazing presentation, Kiskea Corp. Tourism after the pandemic is increasing again, and especially around holidays, with Caribbeans being a tourist hotspot. Another market that is increasing is online shopping and e-commerce. Next up, we have our e-commerce company solution, Jelpie Bazaar.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Bionic Koirala. I'm a first-year student here at Penn State, and she is Samantha Fogel. She is a junior here at Penn State, and we have some ideas to share with you, and we are glad of this opportunity. First slide, please. How are you have been shopping, everyone? No. How are you have been shopping? I think that is a very boring question to ask. How have you been shopping online? But if that is being boring to you, we have an e-commerce solutions. So the pain we have found in e-commerce solution is there is a disconnect in reality, and the e-commerce giants have made it so easy to shop. It is just with clicking some buttons, and shopping used to be, or as I have heard, it used to be very much a fun activity to do, not a traditional mundane kind of activity that you do whenever you need. So we have an e-commerce solution for recreational shopping. There's no cultural aspects also to the shopping online these days. And there is no easy accessibility to international shops and shopping, which we are going to provide with our e-commerce solution. So after the JB, Japali Bazaar JB installation or establishment, the gains people will get from our solution is a really realistic experience in shopping and multicultural interactions in shopping, and also international shops and shopping. So if you go to next slide, you see those individual. We can't see their face, but if we can, we think shopping like that on foot, going to different markets and interacting with the shopkeeper surely is a really fun experience, and they probably are really happy there. And interaction makes, and the online interaction, more and more interaction like gaming makes you bond with each other really well. Next slide, please. So our customer is anyone who is shopping online these days. And our product, as I said, is the idea of a platform connecting people to shopping in a realistic manner. It is an interface that will help achieve interacting shopping experience using already used computer graphic technologies, mobile application, desktop application, and also in future edition, incorporation of it into extension technologies of virtual reality as well. For that, if you will take some moment to just watch the video of the prototype we have made using the Unity 3D platform. So as you can see there is an environment that a user can interact inside any app or any mobile kind of game technologies, any device that could support that. So that will be our environment, a market, that a real virtual market that you can step into and walk around and shop with bonding, making relationship with each other, and also the vendor itself who are selling their products. So how is our company different from others? Is we are a multi-user shopping feature on a 3D interactive platform. And since we are focused in local markets and like small segment everywhere, small segments but everywhere, we get really established in the market, and we have a personal feeling. Adding to that, we can make it veteran inclusive or like veteran special by really celebrating them inside the virtual marketplace. By as you can walk in market streets of any town, you can see veterans being celebrated. Similar things could be remade into the virtual space that we are creating. And the third thing that makes us really special is we can build soft relationship, and you can also bargain with everyone. So yeah, and our revenue model is a subscription-based platform, spaces for vendors to sell their products, advertisement within the virtual marketplace, and service fee from buyers, a normal service fee that will help us make a decent revenue stream is also. And the cost drivers are really simple. We need wages to give to our employees. We need to build infrastructure that are needed, like app and other things. And we need to support and maintain our vendors and our customers' issues with the platform. So those expenses are the cost drivers you can see on the screen. And this is our glimpse of our SOP modules. So that is a kind of SOP that you can enter into, and there will be a shopkeeper to interact with you. And there will be products placed like that. And if you go to the next slide. Yeah, thank you very much. And it will be my pleasure to listen to your valuable feedback.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can start. Thank you. You mentioned competitors, but you didn't. You said you're better than a competitive set. But who are your major competitors, and what are they doing?
I haven't seen any SOP that are made in a 3D space and a 3D virtual environment. But a virtual environment is being made in Meta and Facebook, but it does not talk about any shopping kind of environment. But certainly it is our competitor. We can see it as our competitor.
Sure. Okay.
Can you talk me through who you see as your target audience for this?
So early users can be anyone who likes to play a game. And I really want to see everyone who does online shopping as our consumer space, and anyone who used to use Facebook was young people that used to use Facebook, and after that then our parents learned about Facebook, and slowly it has been a common space to use. Similarly, I see the same thing for our product.
Cool.
And oops, I had one more. And your revenue streams. Can you explain in a little more detail?
So what our revenue stream is we want to give a subscription for a SOP model that you saw. We will build the vendor's SOP model, given their SOP data to us in a cultural inclusive manner, and then they will pay us a subscription fee for that SOP. That is one revenue model, and the second revenue model is advertising inside the virtual marketplace, like not like polluting the whole virtual environment via advertising, but like really, have you seen movies and how they place their advertisement there? So we want to include or place the product's advertisement in the virtual marketplace. That is one way. That is the other way to generate our revenue, and the third way is service fee and also maybe profit margin on the vendor's product. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was great. I definitely find myself kind of scrolling mindlessly on Amazon sometimes. So I think the idea of making online shopping fun, the same way that shopping in person is, can really enhance that experience. It kind of reminds me of VR. If anyone has a VR headset, I really like it. It's fun. Anyway, coming up now, we have an automation company known as BetterBox, which is also run by Sam and Devonique. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hi guys, I'm Sam Fogel. This is Devonique. Our thing is BetterBox. I don't know if any of you have ever worked or been in a warehouse. This is a solution to a common problem that most people don't think about. So our consumer is any delivery warehouse. There's a couple major ones right around here, UPS, FedEx, Amazon. There's no method for loading or unloading that isn't a person just walking back and forth and lifting a box that weighs up to 150 pounds, putting it in a truck, taking it out of a truck. That is the current standard method for loading and unloading. This puts a strain on the employees physically, so they have a high turnover rate, and there's a very low number of packages that are loaded and unloaded compared to like other things like sorting. There's no way to organize the packages based on general, like they're based on general location, but they're no more specific than a general shipping center that they're being sent to. It's not like all the packages for one city will be in the front and all the packages for another will be in the back. You'll have to dig through the truck once it gets to its location, and it'll have to be unloaded and sorted again. So with our method to eliminate the person who's walking back and forth, unloading and loading, there will be a decreased turnout or turnover for people, so they won't have to hire people as often because they're not getting as physically burned out as quick. Now, of course, there will still have to be someone there in case something happens, like a jam or a box falls or something, but it will decrease the payroll by half when it comes to loading and unloading because there will only need to be one person there. It doesn't take 2 or 3 people like it sometimes used to.
It is surprising that simple technology, or which seem like a simple technology, to just push the box from the truck to the conveyor belt, has been putting so much strain in the company and employees. So we want to build something that helps that loading process by pushing the load directly to the conveyor belt.
We pretty much want to make it faster and more productive.
Using some automation, and same for the loading process. As you can see, a conceptualization.
Now, we don't have like an official design of our like mechanical aspect of it, but we would hire like an engineer or someone with a little more math expertise than we have to figure out calculations and like dimensions and materials and stuff. But that is, if you go to the next slide, that is calculated in our expenses. So property is one thing we would have to have. We would have to have a place to build our machines. We would have to have office space to document the sales that are being made, and we would have to spend money on whatever material we would decide to make it out of. And other than that, we would have to pay for like rent, or we would have to buy a building or build a building, and then we would have to pay for like electricity and water, heat, stuff like that. Okay, so for revenue, we would want to create agreements with companies like FedEx and UPS so that as they build new warehouses, they would use our machines and not like go back to the old methods. So we would have a guaranteed stream of revenue in the future. and now, because it's not like they're just going to buy one machine and say that they're done with that and that they're covered. They're going to need to buy a bunch of machines because they have a bunch of trucks. And then there will be a flat rate that will be charged for each machine, and then we can come and install it, and that's included in the flat rate, and then we will maintain and repair those as needed. And yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah. All right, feel free to ask questions. Thank you guys for your time.
I'll lead off. I think it's an interesting idea in an area that there's certainly relevance. Anyone who's ever worked in the early hours, UPS or FedEx, knows how horrible that job is. And then at the same time, anyone in the military loading pallets and doing things, there's a lot of intensity around those activities, and it's very grueling. So to mechanize that would be real costs. So you identified UPS and FedEx as the potential most likely people that would want this type of product. Given how long they've been in business, given how much they know that you see them all the time with their competitive wages, which they're probably up to $25 an hour for people to do this job. So clearly they might be resistant to that change. How do you change that status quo of what they're used to, which is we can get bodies in here to do this at peak seasons and so forth?
Well, it's not that there would no longer be a demand for any of the workers. They just won't need as many. So where there would have been 2 in the past, there would only need to be 1, and they would have to just kind of keep things under wraps, make sure nothing goes wrong. But if I'm trying to think how to say it.
Monitoring?
Yeah, they would have to monitor, but if the people aren't being as physically overworked as they were before, they're not going to have to train people as often. It evens out because there's less of a turnover. You're not breaking your back as much. Their employees aren't going on medical leave, so they don't have to train new people. They don't have to use their trainers to train people. They can actually have their people working that know what they're doing, instead of using their resources for that.
So the value prop to someone like them is money savings because you need less people, or is it time savings, or maybe something else? But ultimately, how would you define it? If FedEx, UPS, take the people out of it, they're capitalists. They might not care about people's feelings the way other people do. So if they can do it cheaper with a human, it doesn't mean they will switch because it's the right or wrong thing to do. So how do you counter that kind of, argument there?
Well, it's kind of like buying a house or renting a house. In the long run, renting a house is going to cost more money than buying it. If you never buy a house and you always rent a house, it's going to burn a hole in your pocket. Same as if you have an employee that you're investing in hourly wages that they're not going to stick around because they're being physically burnt out. A machine is one investment and maybe repairs. And that's your investment and you own it.
Good answer. I would sharpen that next time and answer with it's scalable, and that is infinite level of profitability that's high with that. That's what you just said, but a cleaner way is it's very scalable.
Okay, thank you.
Good answer, though. Thank you.
And also monitoring is better than picking up those loads.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to talk a little bit about competition, and basically why hasn't some of these logistics giants already come up with this? Now, just in the weekend, you probably haven't had an opportunity to really look into the engineering challenges, but have you kind of thought through some of what might be out there? Some of the challenges?
The obvious answer is it's that there's no obvious solution. When you look at it and you say, how could we figure out how to design a machine that gets the box from point A to point B and vice versa. It's not on the surface. You can't just say, you just go this way and that way. It's not an obvious solution. It requires applied thinking and math and engineering. And I feel like over time people were just what we do works, so we're just gonna not fix it.
Okay, cool.
Maybe also because machine learning and automation technologies were not so much into relevant scene before that. Before, like FedEx are working since a very long time, right? And machine learning and automation has only come into relevance since like, let's say 10 years to 15 years, 20 years. Yeah. So maybe they are not switching because they are really slow to catch up with that.
Yeah, they're just waiting for you.
Yeah.
You guys have any more?
That was amazing, Better Box. With central Pennsylvania's economy growing, which I don't know how many of you know, but that is mainly because of delivery warehouses coming to our area, including Middletown and our nearby Elizabethtown. These include UPS delivery warehouses as well as Amazon's warehouses. So automating a portion of the delivery process really does increase the efficiency. So now let's welcome a college student-based service company called Post-it.
Good evening, everyone. We are Nageshwar, Akshita, Yashvita from Post-it. Being a college university student, two things I miss most. One is homemade food and money. Post-it. We ask the solution for both of these.
Okay, so I'll give you a little bit more clarity on Post-it. Post-it. Sorry. So we're a platform that essentially connects people, and that's the end of it. We have two elements. For the first part, I'll go step by step. For the first part, it's about food. So I make a really good chicken biryani, but
I struggle to boil an egg.
and that is the scene with a lot of other university students. And Post-it is the platform that connects both of us. Because if it wasn't the fact that we weren't friends, she wouldn't be eating my biryani. So, but yeah. So we did a survey like further on, and then you'll understand that a lot of university students do not know how to cook, and that's where our platform steps in. So for the second element, which is about providing services. So we live in Middletown, which is a beautiful town where we have a lot of veterans, we have a lot of people from older generations, when demographics is usually between like 60 to like 80 years. And with these people, what we've realized is they need help with little tasks. We've spoken to some veterans, and this comes from that knowledge. So they've told us that, I mean, we only got to speak to like 3 proper veterans, like we got to interview 3 veterans in detail, but on the overall, they told us that they wanted more time in their day, and they needed help with little tasks like, picking up groceries from like Giant or like Hans, which are the grocery stores in Middletown. And they needed help with like mowing their yard or like walking their dog. So Post-it provides a platform for those people as well, because university has a lot of students. And one way to look at it is students, but the other way to look at it is cheap labor, because we do have a lot of free time in hand, and we would like to put it to good use. So what essentially happens is, we have 2 user profiles. One is the poster, and the other is just the student or the person who can pick. So the posters are anybody who can like post the food that they make, or just the task that they want done. And the students, they can just pick whatever they want. And then Post-it is the platform.
Our main aim is to ensure that our customers' safety. Since we're dealing with college students, we don't want to send them to random strangers' places, which could be dangerous for them. Our account verification process helps us prevent this. The initial process starts off with the basic verification process, where verification codes are sent to their phone numbers and email. The additional verification process that we are adding, which Amazon already uses for their delivery services, is to ensure that students post a picture with their student ID and veterans post a picture with their veterans ID card for us to verify that they are who they say they are. And another priority of ours is to offer good quality food. To adhere to the healthcare code regulations to sell homemade food in PA, we are ensuring that our posters who cook the food and post it on the app,
they have a food establishment registration issued, which costs around $35 per year. Our platform will offer them support and guide them through this process to make it easier for them. Coming to the revenue model, we're offering 2 subscription packages for our posters and users. Our posters have a lifetime subscription of $49.99 because we did not want to limit it to just the 4 years of their college. And for our users, the lifetime subscription comes at a price of $9.99. Once the traffic on our website increases, we want to bring in additional revenue through the advertisements that will be uploaded on the website. Coming to the project costs, this model is, since we're basing our app as of now just to Penn State Harrisburg, this is the initial model that we have for our website just in the university. We think that the major cost that we will have is website maintenance. And since we're offering the additional verification step and the quality control support, we need personnel for that, which we roughly estimated to about 20% of our costs. We also allocated marketing costs of about 30%, which leads me into our marketing plan. Our marketing plan includes us advertising through the campus organizations. We want to post flyers and posters across the campus to spread the word. And since it's university students, the word of mouth also plays a crucial role. We also want to partner with the Middletown community. We want to do this by posting on the church bulletins and also posting flyers across the town to spread the word in that way.
Okay, so you might be like, okay, this sounds theoretically pretty fine, but do people actually use it? And we have responses saying just that. So these are some conversations that we had with veterans saying that they do. So these are 3 conversations, and out of these 3, 2 people said they need the support right now, and they would be willing to give their tasks to students, and they would be comfortable. And one of them said that they would be doing it, but just in a further down the line. So you can see that there is a need for the veterans as well, and that is one of the reasons why we started. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is food and the veterans part, both of them have different value propositions, but we're trying to combine both of them because food brings people. So when people get onto the app for getting the food or whatever it is, they also look at these tasks and they're like, oh, why not just help out this person? And that's why we're doing both of them in the same place. And then the other thing would be, would students be willing to do the work? And this is the response. So because we just had the time over the weekend, we had around 40 responses for most of our questions, and we tried to get as varied people as we could. And for this, you could see that 95% of the people said they would work, so obviously there is a large pool that we can work with. And the other part, coming to the food, do we have enough people that want to sell their food? And these are the statistics. So you can already see that almost 69% people already cook food for friends. So why would they not want to make money out of it? Is the main question that comes out. And so the other thing that we had was, would students be wanting to move and get the food? Yep. But just any other questions?
Did I see a prototype of the app? No. Okay, I was afraid I missed it. Okay.
So who do you think is your primary competition, and how would you get people to do things differently?
I very strongly believe that we are a niche because, see, for the task, we do have TaskRabbit and everything, but the other thing that I forgot to mention was we wanted to have, for the task, we wanted to do a reverse auction model, because by then, so people would just put in their task and hey, I want my dog walked, and the students could essentially place their bids. They could have a maximum. I'm willing to go for $20. And we plan to have students could be I can do it for $16. And the other person who really needs the job can be I can do it for $15. So in this way, veterans get the better part of the deal in the sense they get the job done for very low costs. So and then the other thing for the food was Uber Eats and everything. But then Uber Eats has delivery fees and taxes, which we don't really have because our payments are through Zelle. We have direct payments. So our payments are through Zelle. And Yeah, we don't have any commissions because we have that one-time, lifetime installment thingy, like fees, which is a minimum cost. And then I did have statistics which show that people are willing to pay that price as well. So,
Now, is that, I mean, like a lifetime and one subscription fee, but you're primarily targeting students who are only here for a certain amount of time? Like, how does that play into the model?
but then this is a university where we do have a lot of students coming in every time.
Okay.
So there is more people coming in. So they use it as long as they can.
Okay.
So again, another clever idea. And I think there's something to just a little bit of feedback, and I'll get to my question, but you gave us instant clarity when you actually started. You said something which was, we're a platform that connect people. That was crystal clear on what you did in your vision. So I would encourage you, double down on that and just clarity, 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 because then it gets a little muddy, like who are you doing for what? So you were absolutely crystal clear at that moment. So stick on that path. But when we're thinking about this business model as well, there's a potential to always be a two-sided business model with the data that you collect and use that as information to sell as well. So I was wondering, have you given any thought to kind of the collection of that information? So beyond your subscription, perhaps finding additional ways to monetize whatever the data and information you're getting.
The one thing that we did think about while the thing started was because of the huge debate with data privacy that was going on, we really cared a lot about just keeping everybody's data like private. We did not want the data to go out, especially the data of like the community that we were interacting with, because we would just like our privacy and we want others to have privacy. I do recognize that we are losing on a revenue stream there, but then I think we'd like to prioritize the data.
Getting the data?
Sorry, no, keeping safe the data.
Got it, understood, thank you.
All right, great job, Post-it. I think nowadays more delivery services are from like chains or local eateries, and we even have a whole separate apps for like grocery delivery services. So I think combining those with like a social aspect and creating it to be a student-based service is definitely a way to share culture through food from such diverse places such as college campuses. I mean, what a better way, is there any better way to find such a diverse walk of life? I mean, really. And what college student doesn't want a little extra money in their pocket? Anyway, so now we're gonna call on an online education program known as Barefoot.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Urja Shah, and this is Mohanat, Fabian, and Pooja. So now I have a question for you all. Does anyone have the answer to bettering the corporation onboarding, or how to help graduate students get ready to handle corporate America, or in a way to give anyone a chance to succeed in the world of business? So well, we have a solution for that. Let me introduce to Barefoot. Barefoot is an online education platform which helps to revamping education system in today's time. Our aim is to help aspiring graduate students to polish their skills before entering the workforce. Barefoot is providing 3 months program that allows graduates to learn, polish their skills, and help them to compete with the smartest mind people in the corporate world. We are creating a valuable program that teaches students how to navigate corporate America and the world. We are also providing special fast-tracking program to our veterans with 50% off and 3 weeks money-back guarantee. We founded this business because we saw a huge gap between the companies and new hire talent. And here is the Fabian. He's talking more about it.
Thank you so much. Further iterating some of our points, our goal with Barefoot is to create and establish a program that will provide individuals that take our course the skills necessary to compete and succeed in the world of corporate America, giving them the well-rounded skills that they may already have, as well as networking opportunities by putting them in front of some of the top executives and some people we bring in for their lectures, as well as giving them the ability to learn how to network properly, an issue that is commonly faced with people navigating through corporate America is they lack the skills to do it. They don't have the skills to properly network with people, they don't know how to build a network, and they don't get the opportunities to make that network. So our target audience, firstly, are corporations. We want to target corporations who want to upscale their businesses by providing employees for the onboarding process a very special training using our program to give them the upper edge that other companies will not have. So their employees will be better skilled, better trained, and better prepared to deal with new problems and make innovative ideas in the world of business. Secondly, we want to give prospective graduate students an opportunity to prepare themselves for the workforce, giving them an upper edge against other people in that area of business. Third, we want to give people who do not have that graduate experience, they did not go to school, and they do not have a workforce already. They want to just jump in and try it out for themselves. This program gives them that time without the 4-year dedicated program. They can do it in 3 months, get a degree, have a tangible item on their resume that has so much value to onlooking, hiring, and businesses and things like that. And to further explain these courses, I will give it off to Mahan.
Hello. So we have 5 main courses, 5 main core courses. They consist of marketing, finance, communication, accounting, and business administration. All of these courses are specially tailored to help our students polish their skills, better network, and better build these connections that weren't previously available to them. So as you can see, Barefoot is a 3-month program that has affiliation, partnerships with top-tier universities, which will provide excellent curriculums for our students. Affiliated students have to pay a $2,500 upfront cost, but they get a 20% off the upfront cost. And after graduating, they will pay us 10% per year for 2 years, or pay us back within 9 months of not finding any employment. Unaffiliated students pay us $2,500. They do not get any upfront percentage cost, and they pay us 15% per year for 2 years, or they have to pay us back within 6 months. Veterans, they pay a $2,500 upfront cost with 50% off, and they don't pay us anything off the back end. So our customer feedback was that our pay structure was too high and our upfront cost was too high. So to listen to this feedback, we decreased our upfront cost from $3,000 to $2,500, gave our affiliate students a 20% discount, and we also lowered the pay structure from 15% to 10% for affiliates and 20% to 15% for unaffiliated students. And from our feedback for the veterans, they did not want to attend a 4-year college, so we provided a 6-week fast-track program that helps them polish the skills that they already learned in the military and in the real world where other students have not learned before. So as a special thank you, we are providing a 50% off 6-week course with a 3-week money-back guarantee, and this already builds on stuff that they already developed in the military and in the real world. And to pass it off, here is Pooja to explain the cost structure to you guys.
As you can see, this is our basic cost structure right now. We have chosen Google Ads, YouTube, and Instagram as our marketing platforms. Website development is still under progress, as you saw. We chose Instagram as our advertising platform because most of the students use Instagram these days. It is a better and an older platform for advertising. For our hiring expenses, we do not have any expense occurring in the university faculty because it will be an in-house hire. For corporate faculties, we're planning on contacting top executives from well-known companies to come in and give their business perspective so that our students have a well-rounded education, not only the theory, but the practical life as well. We are also planning on hiring teacher assistants for them because with so many students, we anticipate on students enrolling and we don't want our faculties to get distracted. So we're going to hire teacher assistants to help them with the homework checking and catching up with students and stuff like that. The income is broken down into 3 different structures, that is affiliated, non-affiliated, and veterans, as you can see. And the after employment structure is just like Manad explained. Our competitors are basically Udemy and Coursera as of right now. Those are 2 educational platforms which are providing courses or programs just like we are planning to. But the advantage that we have is that we are bringing corporate faculties or corporate people. Apart from the corporate faculties, we hope that the corporate executives come to our program and help us out because they can add our program as a part of their CSR. It's really important for the executive companies and corporations to have a good CSR goal. Also, they can get tax benefits from our program. Marketing. Manad will explain the marketing.
So Our marketing is basically to approach university students, these university students and graduates and people that are unemployed by reaching out to these people. That is a large base. It is not just a small niche market. And then another aspect of this is connecting with the military, like the TAP program. Thank you, and that is it.
I have a, if a lot of your value proposition is the corporate faculty, how will you attract and keep corporate faculty, if that's being one of your key benefits?
Do you mean like corporate faculty that are teaching and that are doing this? So corporate, we try to bring on the best corporate faculty that we can provide to our students, because this provides them with the best networking capabilities. So it is vital to our business to have the most higher end people that can provide the most to our business and to our students as well.
Okay. And then I'm just trying to think how it compares to free services like career services within the universities. Will you be competing against that service?
Services don't particularly have programs like this. They help you with the resume building. They give you tips on how to talk with businesses, like when you go for a job.
Mm-hmm.
How do you speak in an interview? How do you approach them? How do you sit? How do you behave? They don't exactly teach you what skills you need to bring into the job that you're applying for. That's how we stand out.
I have a quick question. So my companies, to continue our own education, we've used all those courses, LinkedIn Learning, and so forth. This sounds like a tool that would become earlier to get people into corporate. Am I understanding that correct?
I mean, it can be used in both ways. It can be used to further polish the education that you have already learned, but it can also teach you brand new things that you haven't learned before. I know some like community colleges don't offer every course for business, and that is why universities sometimes have the upper hand over community colleges, but this would provide everyone with the same level and bring the same level of knowledge and knowledge base that the companies require in corporate America.
So it seems we've heard a lot of presentations today around food, and it's pretty clear students don't have a lot of money, which is normal and acceptable. But it sounds like the fee you're asking up front, though, is $2,500. It seems to be a lot of money and a big roadblock. What kind of research, like how are you going to overcome that friction there and demonstrate the value?
These students can use FAFSA to cover this upfront cost. Comparing to a normal job, this can be paid with a 3-month payment plan over the course. So it is not, maybe it's a big chunk in the beginning, but over these 3 months, that big chunk is a smaller piece every time.
Got it. All right, thank you.
And adding on to Mohana, the average pay that a student gets in university if they get an on-campus job is, I think, $12, and weekly, after deducting the taxes and everything, it will be roughly $300 per week, so they can plan accordingly.
Got it. One more piece of feedback. There's something you did in the pitch that was interesting and important. When you turned to the numbers, you said, these numbers are amazing. That gets everyone in the room's attention, whether or not they are, whether or not we know, but you immediately made it more of a pitch, which was like, are they? Like, why? You were very like, these are good numbers. Like, all right, sell us. Like, you seemed to be like your customer acquisition in a way you were about to explain it, definitely elicited an emotional response. Keep that in mind when you're pitching, right? It's how do you get that out of people? You did that with one word, or a few words, which is, these are amazing, check this out. And boom, you explain the numbers.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Great job, Barefoot. As a biology major, I'm not a business major, I just have a minor. Being able to navigate corporate America is a skill that any discipline needs. So before I announce the next company that's coming up to present, I just want to let you all know that after this presentation, we will be getting a 10-minute break. If you are joining us from the live stream, you can also take a 10-minute break and then just log back on in about 10 minutes. So now let's welcome Bionic Security, a medical robotic company.
Hello, good afternoon judges and everybody online. I just want to start off with a question. Who goes to the doctors? Hands? You guys go to the doctors? When's the last time you got a shot? How about blood drawn? How about the fact that I take this pencil? Do you trust me enough to go 1 inch into your arm, into your vein? Well, if you're an inch off, you can hit an artery. That's death. You can hit muscle, and that's debilitation. So how do we solve that? My company, Bionic Security, has a solution. My product is an IV training robotic assistant, which is an innovative training module to help nursing students and phlebotomists increase efficiency and precision with their IVs. Okay, so the major problems are that there are a lot of improper blood drawing techniques, one of the most common errors in phlebotomy. And according to the National Library of Medicine in 2017, within a 2% error of those who were unsatisfied, the unsatisfactory reason was poor technique of blood drawing. So the difference between this product and most other medical devices are mine is not to, I don't plan to replace phlebotomists or nurses for what they do. I think it's amazing what they do. What I want to do is for training purposes only. So what it is basically, I want to train them to be better in what they do. Next slide. The cost drive is a big one. Okay. So actually, this product doesn't exist in the market yet. So I would have to make the base off assumptions off of either an industrial arm to a human size arm. So let's assume the absolute worst is $35,000 per training robot, and the launch cost would cost $214 million, only because assuming that you take each of those prices and navigate them against all 6,093 hospitals, that's the total amount of cost it would cost to launch. Now, I know you're thinking that's a lot of money, and it is, but that's probably going to be a lot better than the over $25 billion in legal cases, that 250,000 cases every year among these, among hundreds of thousands of hospitals. So if you actually divvy that out, that's, even if we take in the US, the $25 billion, if you divide that by the 6,000 we discussed, that's about $4.5 billion lost in just legal cases alone. So this training module would actually save you billions of dollars. Next slide, please. So who am I trying to attract? Actually, I'm trying to attract colleges and university nursing students, as well as the college and universities themselves, such as Penn State College of Medicine, HAC, and also major partnering hospitals like UPMC, Penn State Hershey, also a lot of a lot of insurance companies like, Guy Singer, USAA, Blue Cross Blue Shield, all that good stuff. A lot, especially those who tend to veterans like USAA and all those good people. Next slide, please. So basically, the distribution is relatively simple. So my company will actually make the product, and then you just distribute it onto the college, university, and the partnering hospitals that train nurses and interns alike. And then from that, the nursing students and the interns from those hospitals will actually get the, will actually use the product in order to increase their skills. So the benefits of this are correcting phlebotomy errors and improving patient experience. And for the veteran friendly, I actually plan to, any military hospital company or student who are veterans can, this This training assistant will not be included in the price. They would have to additionally tack on to their tuition. And 25% of the annual revenue from the money saved by the lawsuits could actually go towards all the VA hospitals around the country. There are precisely, and those are my references, there are precisely 171 VA hospitals in the state of Pennsylvania. So if you take that 25%, divvy it up among the 171, that's a lot of money. All right, so any questions? Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. So really good energy and good timing too, right before the break, so amp things up a bit. Just curious about FDA regulations or anything that might kind of roll into this. It has its own risk because you're mitigating risk, but you're also taking on that risk on behalf of other people.
Yes.
So what have you uncovered with the FDA?
So actually, this is a training module. So it's not really like we implement this in hospitals. This is for training purposes. It's a tool. Like a hammer or a hat. It's a tool to help increase skills of existing students, because I don't want to take the responsibility away from them. That's not the idea. The idea is to make them better. I believe to be the greatest at something, you need to develop technical mastery. So I think this will definitely help them to do that.
Got it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Are there training modules out there today for this purpose?
Not that I could find, actually. I've tried researching it. There's no training assistant device or even module to help specifically with blood drawing. And actually, the passing rate for nursing students and phlebotomists are about 42.9%. That's not very high. And there's not exactly a statistic of why that. I'm sorry, sorry, a little nervous. There's not exactly why they didn't pass, but you can conclude that enough of them didn't pass because of the blood draw. Actually, blood drawing is so precise. In fact, the actual mechanism or method is you have to get an inch to half an inch to an inch at exactly a 35 to 45 degree angle into a patient. Those are pretty slim odds to do that on the first try.
Is there a module that you can replicate? Are there other modules out there that for development, cost structure, similar in the medical world?
The only cost structure I can possibly compare it to are the big giant surgical robots, which is way more, like I was researching like the Da Vinci robot, which is a major medical surgery robot. That is way out of the ballpark because I don't want to do surgery. And I know in surgery you don't take people's blood. That's like pre-op surgery. So I want to make like a pre-op tool rather than a post-op tool or a surgical tool.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any math-based questions? Please make it math-based. I'm an engineer, not a marketer.
All right, that was great. Let's get one more round of applause for all of the presenters we've had so far. All right, so now is the time for our 10-minute break. We're gonna reconvene at, what time is it? So 5:45, I had to think about that, that's bad. Anyway, so we'll reconvene, finish the rest of the presentations, and get to the judges deliberating and hopefully choosing a winner tonight. So go ahead, stretch your legs, take a breather.
Okay.
Those on the live stream, you can also stretch your legs and take a breather.
ideas in some of the
That will materialize in the next
presentations.
6 pitches, right?
Yeah.
Some of them, I mean, they mentioned, the military kind of in passing, but then there was some, well, the Vet Connect for sure was just target specific. So, and some of them really demonstrated how the veteran.
All right, everyone have their food? Everyone good? I'm gonna take that as probably a yes because everyone's busy chewing. Anyway, we're gonna start up the presentations right now, so keep enjoying your food, but also try to stay engaged with our presenters. Next up, we have the energy company 360 Energy, so let's give a quick round of applause for them.
Thank you.
Right, so greetings everybody. Thank you for having us today. My name is Crystal.
My name is Bram.
My name is Kiskea. My name is George.
And we are from 360 Energy, where we, next slide please. Where we provide the aquaculture in Indonesia, specifically in rural communities and also developing countries with green electricity. How? By deploying low-cost hydroelectric microgrids.
So the problem in today's society is that we are too fossil fuel dependent, and this makes it so much so that when electricity price hikes, we cannot respond well to it. Specifically, businesses are most affected.
Now, provided in this page is the increase of electricity prices over the span of 2 years. As you can see, there has been a 22.2% increase since 2020. And if you were to own a business, that means you're going to have to spend an additional $51 over the span of 2 years. So that is very difficult for businesses to cope. Next slide, please. And this shows the decreasing of net profit margins that businesses have, since the rise of electricity prices makes it even harder for businesses to cope, and it also eats away the profits, the revenue from businesses that they have, since their prices are very stagnated in the same levels.
Also, we have interviewed some local farmers in Indonesia. For example, Mr. Samantha, and he actually is the president of the farm union in Indonesia. And also, according to him, in our investigation, sorry, can you go back to the slide? Thank you. So the farm O&M cost has increased a lot, which has been a really hard time for local farmers like him. And also, according to him, without those aerators, Mr. Samantha cannot even compete with industrial farms. Next slide, please.
So our solution is clear. We want to deploy a hydroelectric microgrid with a power plant and an energy storage solution. The power plant will provide free, renewable, and green electricity, reliable electricity for the fish farmers. Plus, it will also be enough to produce electricity to run the fish farm aerators. So we wanted to test our technical capabilities, and over the summer we did that exactly. And there's a video here of our prototype. You can press the, yep. This is our prototype. We did this on July, or June, I'm sorry. Yeah, then we can next slide. Yeah, it's not important. Okay.
So the cost of production for our farmers have significantly decreased due to the use of our free renewable electricity. And this was enough to power an aerator that increased the overall fish yield for our farmers, which obviously increased their overall income as well.
So during our operation and investigation, we found out some social impact as well. So first, 250% increase in the fish production for local farmers, and also it brings up a very significant rise in profits. Also, according to our interviewed farmer, Mr. Samarna, he can even better provide for his family now.
Next slide, please. Since we outsource our labor locally, we also provide better. We also improve the local environment. The local economy.
Sorry, can you go back to the next slide, please? So some environmental impact we found as well. So our power plant it actually offsets 28 tons of carbon dioxide annually, and it also provides electricity to rural communities. Also, it creates a cleaner environment for the future generations as well. And also, it provides a very, contributes a lot to the Indonesian NDC as well.
And after we talked with the Indonesian Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, they told us if we want to progress with this project, we should go to Langka Pelancar district because there's 313 farms that we can capture. This is why we choose Langka Pelancar. Next slide, please.
So as you can see, this is our channel of distribution, and also as you can see, 360 Energy, which is our company, and we are actually cooperating with the Indonesian Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources West Java. So their role is to help us scout into independent farmers, and after they gather all the information that we needed, we will be informed, and so that we could go and reach out to independent farmers and then sell our products.
This is our planned revenue model. We're gonna get profit share. We're gonna get profit sharing from the fish farmers, and we're also gonna sell carbon credits, and we're also gonna sell surplus electricity at 70% grid price. This will be our cost drivers. They are software, hardware, consumables, contractors, legals, and accounting, and the total would be about $8,700 per installment.
So now we're going to talk about the customer relationship. So as we are still in the early stages of our business, we are going to establish trust between our new potential clients through testimonies from previous clients, as mentioned by George before. So we are, instead of putting pen on paper in the form of contracts, we're going to actually try to make a valuable trust relationship between both parties. After scaling up, when we actually have a bigger revenue model, a bigger profit margin, then we will start implementing formal agreements as they are more secure, they are more safer, and it is just a more formal business as a whole.
So our biggest and only competitor is Turbulent.be. They are a European company that outsources most of their costs, making their affordability much greater than ours. Their price tag is around $60,000, while ours is merely $8,700.
As you can see, the more than 50% of the profit will be from repayments, 33% will be from selling carbon credits, and the rest selling surplus electricity.
So we have both strategic and media partners. Aman is our first private investor that will be supporting us for our next project in December. We are also partnered up with the Indonesian Ministry of Energy and Mineral Association, as well as the MIT and the ecosystem competitions, which we've won in actually. So next slide, please.
Since we're out of time, I would like to say thank you. And if you can go to the last slides, that's where you can connect with us. Any questions?
Your competitor that you identified, did they have the same residual benefits that your system has with the carbon units, the microgrid, being able to sell that back?
Thank you for asking that. So there's a different effects towards this power plant system. Number one would be social impacts, and also economic impacts locally. Since the Turbulent BE are a competitor, they outsource their labor from abroad, and they also bring in systems from abroad. So that will increase the manufacturing because it's not locally produced.
Gotcha.
Number two, for carbon credits is actually a new marketplace. Anyone who can offset carbon can sell them. And depending on the system, how much you can offset, that's how much you can gain. And for Turbulent, since their system is larger, they can offset more, but it's a bit pricier, of course.
Cool, thanks.
Great. Well, I have to say thank you. Your pitch answered a lot of the questions. As I was thinking them through, you came and answered them with your slides, so kudos to you. And for having a value proposition that was very clear, so I thank you for that. I have a question around, do you have any type of intellectual property or any ways to protect your idea or your product?
Yeah, thank you for your question. We are currently working on a patent in Indonesia. We don't have any international patents as of now, and yeah, we're going through that process right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one question. You you specifically mentioned that your product, I think, was $8,700 and your competitors was $60,000. How are you able to produce it at such a significant lower cost?
Okay, so the affordability is based on per watt. Turbulent has a 15 kilowatt system, while our system is only 4.5 kilowatt. One of the major benefits, again, is because we outsource our labor locally. For our pilot project, the closest manufacturers, steel workers, are about 2 hours away, and that helped reduce the cost down. And for the basin construction, we employ local construction workers. That's why we also are able to reduce the cost down. In terms
Would you expect that cost to stay flat as you start producing these, or does it go up or does it go down? So what happens to the cost over time?
We're expecting the cost to stay flat over time because as we scale up, we're looking towards to employ more established construction companies, and if we have a large production of power plants, we can bring that cost down. And just to iterate, our market and their market, it's our customers and their customers is quite different because we're very small size electricity generation, while they're like quite large size.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you tell me again when your first prototype went online?
Specifically,
2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Okay. So just in general, our project started on January. The first thought came at January, and then February we started working on it. And over the summer, we went back. So I'm from Indonesia. We went back to Indonesia. We contacted some local farmers. Hey, do you want this product? We went to test it out, and no cost, no anything. And yeah, we go to other steel workers. And we
okay, so it was this year. Okay, good.
Yeah, this year. Any more questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you for an amazing presentation, 360 Energy. Coming from a family who owns small businesses and also comes from a farming background, I do understand the importance of 360 Energy's product. So now, moving on, we have a gift packaging company, Gift-A-Box.
Hello, my name is Alice Moyer, and I am the president of Gift-A-Box. Gift-A-Box is going to revolutionize the gift-giving business. We will no longer have to use wrapping paper and have our presents looking like this. No one wants that. So, Gift-A-Box, what makes my Gift-A-Box different than other competitors is it's plastic. So it's very durable. If I spill water on it, nothing will happen. I can easily remove it. Additionally, it's made out of sustainable, reusable plastic, so it's been recycled. Another important aspect of my Gift-A-Box is it's reversible, so you can use it for multiple different occasions, as I will demonstrate right now. All you do is fold the flaps and The other side does it too, but to save time, now we're going to be celebrating Christmas. So my future goals of the project is to make it more personalized for the user. I would like to create an interactive website so that people can post their own designs and get it wrapped this way. And I am a computer scientist, so I do know how to program a website. It takes time. Additionally, I would like different size boxes so any gift can be put in the box. Additionally, I would create some optional purchases. For one, like a custom message inside the box, and also an add-on for like ribbons to make it more decorative. Okay, so now let's meet Boxy the bear. Boxy has recently come to us looking for a job. He's like part of our veteran box. He's been traveling, he loves to travel. So with this, we're gonna partner with military families, and we're gonna send these gift boxes overseas so that our veteran troops can get access to like some gifts. And all this artwork is original artwork, so it's like we own it, so we won't have to pay any other people to use, like to take our designs, or we're not using other people's designs for this project. So now I'm going to be talking about the business model. First, we're going to do our target customer, our value proposition, and our cost driver, and then lastly, the revenue model. So who is our target customer? It's not just anyone, it's for you. Everyone receives gifts. Everyone might not like the packaging they have. So you could recommend, hey, go online and get one of these gifto boxes. Additionally, why it's for anyone is because it's affordable. This box right here is going to cost around $12. Additionally, you can customize it to any design you want or any occasion. So we're going to have Valentine's Day boxes, Christmas boxes, any occasion, like I said. And now our value proposition. Why is this box important? Is because nobody likes wrapping gifts. That takes so much time. And also, I'm different from the competitors because of the reversible side. This is reusable. And then here are my fixed costs, so like salaries, and my operational costs. I would like to partner with a manufacturer so I can distribute more of these boxes around. And here's our revenue model. So a small box will cost around $8, a medium box will cost around $12, and a large box is $20. Also, I would like to include a subscription service that every year, usually you do celebrate an occasion, so 1 month before that, we will gift you a box for whatever occasion you want. Can you go back, please? Sorry. And we are different from our competitors. Like, this is AMAC boxes. These are just plain, ugly boxes. I would rather have this box than these boxes. And then channels for reaching our customers would be interactive website, Instagram, email, text messages. I would like to make sure all of our customers know whenever we have a new design to check it out. And then our channels are distributions. Like I said, we would like to partner with a manufacturing plant to get more of these boxes out and then distribute them to like retail sailors like Target, Walmart, Christmas tree shops. And then here's our customer relationship model. We believe our customers are very valuable, so I would provide assistance and YouTube video on how the box works. Like maybe people don't understand the reversible side of the box. And then I have gotten some feedback from our customer survey, and I emailed Rick Copland, and he said, sounds like a good idea. I really like not having to use wrapping paper. And then other people do like simple and so effective. So who is ready to buy a box?
You talked a little bit about your competition, that they don't have the kind of decorative effects that you do. Are there folks out there that are selling them that just aren't reversible, or how close are they coming to your model?
I don't think they're that competitive because, for one, they're only using it for one occasion. Like I said, it's durable, so it can withstand like rain. You know, if you spill food on it, you can easily wipe it off. They are selling boxes, you know, just for the holidays. And then you take them and then you throw them away. We don't want that. We want these to be reusable. I also forgot to mention, it's storage. Like, I've thought about storage. You can just lay them flat on the floor. And then these, like, you can easily store it anywhere, like this.
Yeah, to follow on the question versus the competition, are there other boxes that are plastic or like the sustainability?
I don't believe so. I haven't seen any boxes. Like, usually the boxes that I see are cardboard boxes. So that's what I came up with this new idea.
Okay, great. And I was wondering why like sustainability wasn't more in your value proposition. Is that going to be a key benefit or a selling feature?
It definitely will. A lot of people are like, you know, when you are giving gifts, you throw all the wrapping paper away. You throw the box away. So this definitely will be a sustainable aspect. And I know a lot of people are more into the environment. They care about the environment and they don't want to waste anything. So I believe this will definitely like draw into those customers.
So you mentioned that, I think you said you're selling it for $12 a box would be the sale price to a consumer?
Yes. Oh, I forgot to mention this cost around $5.
Was that with the break even?
Yes,
You said
break
was the
even was $5. So this box will cost $12, so we'll make $7 from the box.
$5 hold.
And I believe after more boxes are made, I think the cheaper the cost will be because we'll have all the materials.
Okay, good. You answered that. That's where I was going with that question, figure out if you had given some thought to that. As far as distribution and just getting this out there, I would imagine that will take a bit of a clever strategy to go to market. So who are your early adopters? Who are you trying to put this in front of to gain traction?
I think maybe like Hallmark, any of the sailors, if I could sell the product to them, there'd be like a lot of people would be interested in buying them. I just need to get those connections and reach out to other like companies and see if they would like to invest in my product.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Peter.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Gift-a-Box. I think we seriously all struggle with like wrapping gifts, wrapping things in general. I'm not good at it. It doesn't matter how easy of a shape it is. It won't happen. Anyway, now we have a supply chain visibility company known as Tradewinds.
Hello everybody, my name is Michael, and I'm going to be representing the idea of Tradewinds. So the man you see here, he had a simple idea in 1956, and that was to put the products inside a container and put that container on a ship. And for that idea, he is known today as the father of containerization. That idea definitely had reverberations in global trade, but it created an issue, which is now in global trade, we have the importers and the exporters have to deal with these 11 different parties to communicate all of these different data elements from documents. So when we have the U.S. Census Bureau information that the United States has a deficit of $73 billion, we can understand why imports is so important for a nation like ours, since most of our products come from other countries. We have from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York that imports for industrial supplies drastically came up during the COVID pandemic and have continued increasing only during this time. So a solution that can bring all these enterprises and all these companies together is a distributed, oh, nope. So an issue that I saw was Expeditors is a fourth largest freight forwarder in the world. They suffered a ransomware attack where they didn't want to pay for the ransom, so their systems were completely down for around 2 months. So we had customers that we were sharing where we went from clearing 20 to 60 containers a month to clearing 60 containers a day. So that caused some issues where we had to communicate directly with Expeditors, not the customer, to get documents. We had document turnover mistakes, missing information, late notice on shipments. The data was being transmitted through email, so I don't know how many people have transmitted data through email, but if you miss one data, one little letter on the email domain, you're not getting that email ever, and you won't know who didn't get it. So that's definitely a major problem, and it's just a huge game of telephone worldwide. So a solution for this would be a distributed ledger platform that uses the power of blockchain to connect all these enterprises together. Mainly, it is distributed, so if the center, you see centralized, decentralized, distributed, if the center goes down, everybody in the system is still using the same information. It's in the blockchain, so it's encrypted. The information is not being edited by any company or by any stakeholder within the supply chain. What we plan on using for this is the Hyperledger. It's a technology that's being developed by the Linux Foundation. It's an enterprise technology that's been used, and it has already common use in the supply chain, so it's something that we can definitely source out for us. This is just a user interface model. What we want our customers to have, just tracking information, delivery, order, worldwide tracking, just ensure that they're getting the right information at the right time. Key benefits of distributed ledger technology is that it's distributed, immutable, secure, authenticated, so we're making sure that information is getting to our customers around the world, and it is the most authenticated information. Competitors in this industry would be Tradewinds and Tradewinds. Tradewinds focuses on trade finance in the Asia market, so it's not really too much direct, but they do deal with documentation on imports clearance, but it's not their main goal. Tradewinds is another big competitor, but they are partly funded by Maersk, which is one of the largest ocean companies in the world, so not many people are going to want to give them their business data directly, so that's why we have a benefit in this industry. Our business model will be a blockchain as a service, where our service revenue model would be just monthly charges on a contracting basis. We're just offering an interconnection for their supply chain systems, enterprise technologies all being connected in the same system. It'll just make it a lot easier for everybody. Our cost drivers, the main cost drivers for software development companies in this industry would be labor. But since in the beginning we are able to use variable costs and fixed costs, we won't really have that many issues. The main industry, or the initial industry, would be the chemicals industry, due to it being so huge and 25% of it touching the US GDP. We see here that exports was one of the highest areas for the US economy, and we have all these different industries of chemicals that we can target specifically. Here is something that we call the digital twin, which is something we can use to track the information from supplier, from raw material, all the way down to customer, which is something that is very important, because when you have things like cocaine, methamphetamines, and things like that, synthetic drugs, a lot of breaks in the supply chain where these chemical manufacturers, their products get used for these drugs. They don't really know what part in the supply chain along the world is where these products are going lost. So we're able to create a digital twin that's immediately tracking. We're able to pinpoint where along the supply chain these products are getting lost. Partnering agencies that are able to benefit from this would obviously be Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and the Department of and Drug Enforcement Agency. Questions?
I have a question. So that's pretty sophisticated what you're getting into there. Usually not someone earlier in their career would understand. So help me get a little bit of base of how do you know about this problem, and how do you know that to solve this?
Yeah, so I currently work for one of the largest import brokers in the world. So the expediter situation is something that I faced firsthand, where we were trying to get this information, speaking directly to the customer, for them to speak to the forwarder, for the forwarder to send us the information. So playing this game of telephone, where you're talking to people in China or you're talking to people in Taiwan, and trying to get the information with the time difference, it's something that I experienced firsthand.
So who's the pitch? There's probably multiple pitches involved in that then. So I'm guessing, who's the one that can actually pay the bill? Who cares most about the efficiency of what you showed there?
The importer and the exporter. Whoever's importing a product or exporting it from the United States.
So they would pay for your service, and what is that revenue model again? Is that a subscription or?
Blockchain as a service, similar to software as a service.
And the whole blockchain is already an open source project? Got it. And the tech stack, where would all this be hosted? How would you go about, what are you building this on, and where would you host all this technology?
So right now, as I said, it'd be a variable cost. So we have multiple options to host it. Right now, there's a number of companies that are opening hosting services for blockchain companies. So that'd be something that would be able to develop later on. But since I'm still in the beginning process of developing the idea, it's more of a future endeavor.
Understood.
Yeah, is there IP or something that you can protect, or what keeps you technically insulated from others from doing the same thing?
I'd have to look more into that.
I don't have anything. Great.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Great job, Tradewinds. We live in a global economy, so having just one section go down will have a trickling effect on literally the entire global economy. And we did see this with supply chain issues happening during the COVID pandemic. So now we're going to switch gears and look at a company that creates apps for African comics and animations, and they are called African Creations. So please welcome African Creations.
Hello everyone, we are African Creation and my name is Elizabeth Morvin.
And I'm Lizzie Henry, and as we said, we will be presenting to you our company African Creations, which is an app to make African comics and animations more accessible to the US population. Here we go. Okay, so our value proposition. As I said, we are an app that connects the US population to African culture through comics and animations. So what we're really aiming to do here is fill a gap in the entertainment industry where there's clearly a lack of cultural and ethnic diversity, a range of voices and different perspectives and ideas, and just a lack of representation in general. And as well as increasing access to these cultural comics in Africa. Obviously these things exist and they're well known where they are, but in the US population, there's not much awareness of it, and we're looking by creating this app to increase that and make it more aware and more accessible to the US population. And by doing so, we're exposing people to diverse cultures and different ideas, so we're giving them learning opportunities and giving them the opportunity to be inspired by people different from themselves. And just to give you an idea of what kind of things might be in the app, here are some examples of current African comics that are in the market today that might be included in the app. In terms of competition, mostly our competition would be other streaming services and entertainment companies such as Netflix, places like Cartoon Network, Amazon Prime Video, Disney and Disney Plus, and Nickelodeon and other companies such as that.
So for our cost structure, it's divided into two. We have the human capital and the outsourcing cost. The human capital will include hiring and designing, developing, implementing, and maintaining the app, as well as the server and the data centers that we, data storage that we have to store our content. It also involves marketing as well. And the outsourcing costs includes licensing and purchasing of the rights that we outsource directly from studios in Africa. So our revenue streaming have three. We have three revenue streams. We have advertisements where customers will have access to a certain amount of free content with ad like a free version. And we also have a package. This one is more about the comic side of the app. Customers will buy a certain number of virtual coins, and they will use that coin to redeem more chapters of the comic that they are reading. And the next one is subscription. Customers can decide whether they want to upgrade to a premium version by subscribing to premium plans.
So as far as our market segmentation is concerned, initially we'd be using a demographic strategy, looking to target American citizens of African American heritage, African descent. We think that's that's the population that would be most interested initially. How to build our base in the first part of our initiation. But obviously, part of the goal of this app is to increase awareness to the entire U.S. population and a wide range of people. So after we get that initial customer base, we're doing more psychographic segregation, looking at people who are more creative and artistic in nature, who are lifelong learners, maybe educational professionals who are looking to teach their students something about other cultures, people who enjoy traveling and just interest in diverse cultures as is. As far as making it veteran inclusive, we have a two-pronged strategy, a hiring policy and a discount policy. We aim to have our employees be at least 40% veterans, and we think one way of utilizing veterans would be those who have served in Africa before, could be an asset to us in negotiating and communicating with these African art studios. And then as well as on the customer side, veterans who provide us with authentication that they have served will get a 15% discount on any subscription or coin package that they purchase through the app.
So for our market validation, we did a survey in the form of questionnaires where we asked potential customers and veterans about topics like diversity in the current entertainment market, interest in experiencing different culture and worldview, and whether they've heard about African comic or animation industry, and how accessible they think this industry is. So we asked a total of 10 questions and received answers from 11 people in total. So here are the questions and the answers that we were given. But due to time, we are not going to get to all of the 10 questions. But we will be highlighting the major trends that we've seen in the questions that we pursue. So when asked, will you be interested in exploring more diverse world of entertainment and animation, all of our respondents say yes, they are very much interested. And when we asked them about if they've heard or engaged with African comics or animations, majority of them said no, they have not had any exposure to this industry at all. So, and on this page, when asked whether if they will enjoy an application that specifically designed to make African animation and comic book easily and accessible to them, majority expresses a certain level of interest, just in between. And also what we got from our questionnaire answers is that people give us a suggestion that maybe we could include more cultural diversity, cultural diversity in our application, and I think that feedback is very important, so we would like to use that feedback to improve our design. We would like to include more underrepresented cultures in the animation and comic industry. And here is our prototype. It's not much well done, but the middle one is our landing page, and the other ones are the... that's it. Thank you.
Any questions?
Sure, I have a question. Curious, how many comic writers are there? I'm assuming there's a lot of artists that you guys are trying to tap into and bring their voice to the world. Just how many are there in your estimate?
Honestly, she might know a little bit more about that than I would. This was her brainchild. I joined later, so.
Thank you for your question. I don't know how many there are, but I think there is a lot of upcoming or new growing artists that could be interesting.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I have kind of a follow-on question to Peter, because obviously you're going to have to refresh content to keep people retention.
Yes.
So, is there plenty of materials to refresh? Do you have to purchase? Will you own that? Like, how will you keep the content there and refreshed?
Right.
And then who owns it?
I think that there is even in just Africa, I think there's a wide range of content available and would continue to be available. I think art is popular everywhere. And as we said, we're also looking from customer feedback, potential customer feedback, we're looking to expand to other cultures as well, maybe some like South Asian or Australian, like other more underrepresented as well. So there's more of a pool out there than just Africa, and I think we could generate content to be refreshed constantly very easily.
Yeah, and are are you purchasing that content, or how does that work as part of your revenue or your model, your business model?
We will not be purchasing those. We are just going to license them.
License?
Yes, and pay like royalty to them. Studios and the studios and the artists will license the copyright from them.
Your price points were a little bit different than your customer feedback. How can you?
I think that's something that we've been continuing to do more research on. Obviously, we didn't have a lot of opportunity to do a whole lot of market research during this weekend. We got a lot of different feedback from customers based on what they would want to pay. So that's definitely something we would be looking into. We haven't really nailed down a price model yet, but it's definitely something that would be looked into when developing the app as well.
Did you find some comparable price points in some other models that are out there that you found? Or even though they're not culturally diverse?
Not really. But I think we could use Netflix, for example. But I think Netflix has the price is too expensive for Netflix. But I think we could go for between $5 to $10, but not too much above that. Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
All right, that was awesome. I definitely think that with the strides taken in recent years with more representation in media, there's always, and I mean always, more room for diversity and inclusion in the media that we consume and enjoy. So moving on, next we have a financial services company known as Pay by Bank. Let's give it up for Pay by Bank.
Hello, I'm Stephen Jones. Alongside me is Alexis, Dylan, and Nehemiah, and I want to ask you three, as a show of hands, how many of you have ever been victims of fraud? Well, I certainly have. This is a screen cap of the deletion of my PayPal account because someone hacked into it about a month ago, and there are 2.8 million reports of fraud in 2021. And though we can't eradicate all of that, we can definitely mitigate it through Pay by Bank. And what is that? It's an alternative to how we pay for things. It's a transfer of money from the consumer's account to the merchant's account. And it's designed to reduce costs for merchants and increase account security for customers. And how does it work? It's based off the concept of open banking. And we use automated programming interfaces to let two accounts communicate with each other. And through these APIs, we aggregate your data, and we do that after gaining your permission via authentication at the time of payment. But the great thing is, none of your information is shared, it's not saved, it's not stored. There's no signups, no accounts necessary, no commitments whatsoever. And based on our competitors' business model, like PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, things that use ACH transfers, you give your account information to them, the merchant gives their account information to them, and they do the work for you, right? But if you compare it to Visa, which is even worse in my opinion, you give your account information directly to the merchant via credit card number. And we're different from that. You see, when you use Pay by Bank, if you're checking out online shopping, if you're buying Christmas gifts, birthday gifts, anything, you will choose the Pay by Bank option through maybe a drop-down or a search, and your bank account will, or your financial institution will be there. And you get to choose it, and it'll open up a window as such. This is Members First, local federal credit union in Middletown. And after you log in through means of this or a two-factor authentication similar to what we have here at Penn State, the transaction will immediately go through. And the advantage is consumer account information will not be shared, no card routing or account numbers, which sets us apart from ACH transfers like Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, credit and debit services such as Visa, and plain wire transfers. And there's no wait for credit card settlements or clearing processes. For merchants, it's very easily integrated into their treasury systems through APIs. It provides an alternative at the same cost or cheaper than Visa's processing fees. And this is a market that has a really high barrier to entry. Visa has over 50% market share. And that's pretty impressive, but if we start from the ground up, we start small, we can partner with local banks such as Members First, connect with local businesses, and begin in the Harrisburg area and expand onward based on how the popularity grows. And the veteran impact. Merchants will pay fees similar to debit or credit card processing fees. Fees will be used to pay our staff and executives, and all other profits will be given to a veteran organization of the respective merchants' choosing, such as Wounded Warrior Project, Disabled American Veterans, or Canines for Warriors. And the consumer relationship management. We intend to gain an audience through support from these veteran-oriented organizations and locally owned veteran businesses who decide to support us. That's about it. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Sure, I'll ask. All right, you mentioned APIs. Are you expecting the merchant to have your toolkit and connect these APIs, or are these things that you're expecting the merchant, like what level of sophistication does a merchant need to connect APIs?
They would need the same level of sophistication as they would to add any option for Cash App or PayPal. It's similar, but it's not ACH oriented.
So what is the API-based part of your application?
The APIs will allow us to add on bank accounts or financial institutions that decide to partner with us, and it'll be added to our, I guess, list of banks. You choose from that bank if you're part of that financial institution, and you pay for the...
So your service is providing a platform which itself is an API, and then other banks are part of it, so then the retailer can just click and connect these pieces?
Yes.
So what is that a fair way to describe
Yes.
your service? Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And if your value proposition is all around security, how do you communicate to customers that pay by bank can't be hacked or, have some kind of fraudulent activity happen there? How do you prevent against that?
I would imagine we lead by example, and they give our service a try, and they will definitely not be hacked into.
Back to the merchants. So your target market initially is going to be folks who are already members of these financial institutions.
Correct.
That you're going to join with. Okay. So that would be, I'm imagining that would be your marketing plan off the bat. And then is there some plan to go and generate more merchant or more bank partners? How is that?
Yes, by just gaining notoriety and gaining traction within our local communities. And once we get a lock on the central PA area, we'll expand to the whole state, and then Northeast region, United States, North America, the world.
Okay.
So which one of you is the tech person?
I am not a tech person whatsoever. None of us are
who's
tech
the coder
person.
here?
I am not a coder.
All right, I know that much.
Sure.
How about the one, the other three?
I'm not very good at it. So.
Okay. It's a sophisticated play. I'm quite frank, it doesn't matter. I'm surprised one of you actually isn't a software engineer, because APIs and what you're explaining is very technical. So that's indifferent, doesn't matter. You can outsource that part. I was just curious.
Any other questions?
Good, thanks.
All right, thank you for your time.
This was amazing Pay by Bank. It's great to see an alternative way to pay money while reducing costs while also keeping your security high. Now, let's give it up for our next company. It's an edible utensils company called Funable.
Hello, everybody. Before I begin, I would just like to pose a question to everybody in this room. Has anybody ever had a fork stuck up their nose? You have? I'm really sorry to hear about that. Well, I'm really glad nobody else in this room has. Unfortunately, this turtle has. And so has many other turtles, many other birds, many other animals in our oceans. It's even in our bloodstream. 77% of people have been found microplastics in their bloodstream. And that is where I introduce to you Funables. We are a 4-person startup, and we aim to sell edible utensils that are just as good as the ones that you have to wash. So why us? Our products are biodegradable, and because they are a food product, they decompose way quicker than those paper straws and paper forks and spoons that actually claim to be biodegradable. And they function just as good as the metal utensils that we've been used to using. Our productions produce less water and carbon dioxide. They're delicious, nutritious, and also low in calorie. So this is a brief background of our product, and our competitor is Incredible Eats, created by engineer Dinesh Terepalli. Next. So our edible utensils will contain a mix of sorghum flour, rice flour, buckwheat flour, water, xanthan gum, and paraffin wax. And they will last for 2 to 3 years on the shelf and decompose within 4 to 5 days, including with their packaging, within sustainably sourced materials.
What is the market size? One of the most important aspects of product profitability is the industry market size. For ours, it has been growing steadily throughout the years, and we've even projected its growth up to 2027. And then, next up, subsequent calculations shows that our growth rate is almost 68% over a 6-year period. That is to say there's a viable market for our product. But of course, there has been some notable shortcomings with the current edible utensils.
All right, so customers have been talking about the lack of taste. So we've decided to enhance the flavor balance and also introduce more flavors. We also have produced substitutes for people who have certain dietary restrictions, and our current ingredient list is gluten-free, so people who have celiacs, IBS, and other dietary needs can all eat that. Next. Okay, no, next one. And our solution to the sogginess problem is paraffin wax. This is what our competitors don't really have yet, and paraffin wax is made out of vegetable oil derivatives. This is going to coat over our utensils, and it's hydrophobic, so it means it repels water, and also has a higher melting point, so your spoon won't melt into your soup or whatever drinks you're having, and also it gives it more durability and a longer shelf life. So it will go right at the smiley face in our production process, and then it will be individually packaged. This is the machines we'll be using. It's sort of like baking a cookie. And we decided if we want to continue with this, we'll patent it, especially the recipe and the preservation method under the United States patent office. Okay, go, another one. Okay, so why have edible utensils not become super widely popular? And we say the main issue is the big organizations, not actually the people. Because people have their own silverware at home. When they go outside, what they usually use is plastic utensils provided by colleges, hotels, hospitals, and takeout restaurants. And those big organizations care about 3 things. 1, usability, which means can they retain the sturdiness that is needed? We say our utensils can. They also care about cleanliness. Most of them are one-time use because they don't want cross-contamination. Ours are also, one-time use, and you can eat it. This also gives a benefit of if the military wants it for covert operations because no one can track you down if you eat in your tracks. Yes. People have also talked about the cost, and while yes, it is higher, we argue that will be good because corporations will gain more customers. Next slide. 80% of consumers say that they're willing to buy from companies who are sustainable, and 60% of those consumers say that they're willing to pay more for sustainable products, while 90% of them expect their businesses to become more sustainable in the future.
Next up is the cost structure. We will work with eco-friendly companies, and our ingredient will be fully organic with biodegradable packaging. Next, please. This is the cost production breakdown. Next, please. The current production cost can be pricey, but depending on the growing demand, it's possible to produce them in a much cheaper price. Or if you directly procure the raw material from the farmers, then it's possible to make it cheaper than the plastic cutlery. The sales and distribution. For the revenue, our expected revenue is $276,480, and for the profit margin, it's 35.8%. And for the startup cost that we have is $6,510. This is generally the cost we need before we start running our business.
In the future, with the growth of our company, we intend to focus on getting investment from companies with sustainability initiatives and donating a portion of our revenue to charity. This is because at the end of the day, our goal is sustainability and maintaining this beautiful environment that is generally good for everyone. Next up, we'll be going over how we intend to reach and maintain our customer base. So after some research, we found that maintaining customer satisfaction is the most essential thing in ensuring customers return. This fits perfectly into my next point, which is encouraging feedback and using it to outline points of growth. Other than that, fund discounts that encourages customers to share our products with friends, families, and coworkers would also be good for our customer base. And we may just be a startup, but we've already made a website to show you what it'll look like when we get our business up and running.
So prior to forming our startup, I have personally interviewed 2 individuals, one of which is a veteran. And both of these individuals have voiced their concerns of our spoons being able to stay sturdy and prevent being soggy. Again, which we can assure you will not happen, and it will stay sturdy for pretty long because of our food-grade paraffin coating.
So our first actual plans is to contact the main campus, which is, yes, close to us. And we'll continue and do the rest of that in case you have any questions. Can I switch to this
one? Just to show a little bit of demonstration.
Questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question, and around customer discovery and customer insights. What do you think is the primary driver? Is it being edible or being like the sustainability and being able to decompose? Like, because I know like that's impacting your development and your formulation. How important is being edible?
Okay, so one of the main focuses of our business is that we have the importance of the environment in mind, but sustainability shouldn't be the reason for you to compromise quality. Like, for example, we have coffee shops that use paper straws and they get soggy really quickly. And yeah, you want to use them to save the environment, but then again, no one wants to drink out of a soggy straw. So for us, those are 2 of our main focus. We prioritize both of them at the same time. Anything else?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
So I got back from the Caribbean a few weeks ago, and
Oh, that's great.
they banned plastic straws in Aruba. And I found there was quite a variety of the different straws I use at different places. And yes, the ones that got soggy right away were very frustrating. Yet
Yes.
everyone wants to do the right thing. So, but I did notice as different locations actually had better ones. Perhaps they were coating in some way. But as far as thinking about, obviously there's probably a lot of interest in this area of going about it. It's curious that making it edible is part of the play here, but probably the biodegradable is probably the most relevant. With that in mind, is this something that you would target? Is it more that the individual who is sustainability conscious and caring about the environment, or is this more about perhaps a more capitalistic play where, hey, let's go after locations that they're banning these things and maybe driving that? So I guess, is your mission to enable the people that are already on board, or is your mission to let's get people on board because this is inevitable, we got to stop using plastic?
So one of the main reasons we talked about corporations is because they are sort of producing most of the plastic waste. And we basically want them to get on board, contact them, and like we kind of had in our final slide, our first step would to be like contact UP campus, which is the main campus, and gives us all like the materials we use in our cafeteria, which are all currently plastic. So we want to sort of target the people who are in charge of distributing it. We do have plans for individual consumers, like hikers or like people with sensory sensitivity, but mainly it's those big organizations because they have more power than just like everyday individuals.
So the reason why we're targeting big companies is essentially, because we can't keep on using plastic. It's bad for our environment. You guys saw the turtle, looked pretty sad. We don't want that to happen again. What I'm trying to say is that if we only encourage, individual users to use these edible utensils, it's not going to make much of a difference. An individual, as hard as you try, you can't make much of a difference. And we have to target, the biggies. We have to target the big corporations because those are the organizations that are able to make some kind of measurable impact in improving our environment, to preserve it, of course.
Where did you get that one?
Well, because our company is still just a startup, we haven't been able to produce our own edible spoon. So this is actually from Incredible Eats, our competitor's product. But again, our product will have food-grade paraffin coating, so it will become sturdier, and it can be sturdier for longer. And
adding on different ingredients because their current ingredient list includes wheat, which is a problem for people who have gluten sensitivity issues, and also gluten has a lot of issues in general. So.
Okay.
And we got the ice cream from Stacks, but it melted. We tried our best.
So do you expect your users to eat the spoon every time?
No,
or like most times?
I mean, it's really up to you. Because this is quite literally a food grade product, it will decompose much faster than, let's say, a paper straw. Because
so it's compostable?
Yes, it's
okay.
Compostable. Yeah, definitely. You don't have to eat it after you finish your food, and you can just throw it away if you don't feel like eating it because, you're not going to harm the environment in any way. Any other questions? Good. All right. Thank you so much.
All right, that was awesome, Funable. The surplus of debris and trash in our environment that is non-degradable is really a prevalent problem today. So seeing a company that wants to kind of help with that is always great to see. I know I'm definitely intrigued by the idea of eating my spoon after enjoying my actual meal. The idea is kind of funny, but in practice I can definitely see the value. Also, I just really want to do it. I want to eat my spoon. So, moving on to our last presentation, but definitely not the least, the wedding subscription box company, The Wedding Collaborative. Let's give it up for our last group.
Hi guys, we are the Wedding Collaborative. My name is Jess, this is Ashley, and this is Paige. We are here to present our project, our product, It's Time. We are a subscription-based DIY project. Today we will be discussing our services that we offer, the customization to the needs of veterans, and the key points for our business model.
So our subscription service will have three main components. The first one being access to our online guides that have the ability to be shared with your partner or other people who are helping in the planning process. This makes collaboration seamless, and access will expire when you cancel your subscription or after the day of your wedding. Subscribers will also have exclusive access to our vendor database, which contains approved local vendors. The last part is the box that will be delivered every month, which will contain items from local vendors, personalized gifts, and wedding day essentials. Our subscription plan has two parts. There's the standard plan and the accelerated plan. The standard plan is a 12-month subscription, $50 a month, or a one-time fee of $500. This would be $100 in savings. The 6-month subscription plan is $60 a month, or $300 one-time fee, which is $60 in savings.
So Ashley stated we have two plans. This is our standard plan. It's a 12-month plan. Would be the process that you would go through if you choose this. This is our first prototype. It does not have the personalized gift for the couple, but our main focus is going to be our digital collaborative wedding guide. And then this up here is, who's the this right here is our accelerated plan, our 6-month plan for those veterans or people who want to get married sooner than a year. But we want to ensure that all of the tasks are completed, so we combined a few together to ensure that the day is flawless.
Our customization for veterans is twofold. The first way will be connecting partners overseas or across the nation. Many military spouses face the issue of planning weddings while they're stationed apart. This means they need a collaborative space to unite in the wedding planning digitally. We provide that for them. The US-based partner will have the box sent to their home, while the digital document is able to be edited by both parties. The other way that we support veterans are by supporting their veteran-owned businesses. On our vendor database, we will promote the businesses that are veteran-owned and promote them as such. We did ask some veterans how they felt about our product, and that's where we learned about the issue of trying to collaborate while living in different parts of the country. Rick Copeland brought up the idea when he described that he was planning his wedding with his wife while he was stationed in North Carolina, and they were planning their wedding to be in Louisiana. We decided to adapt for this by creating the collaborative digital format and the accelerated plan, because he specified that they had to plan their wedding in a shorter amount of time as well. Our value proposition is that we provide organization, collaboration, and resources for the DIY wedding planner. This is accomplished through the detailed planning guides that can be completed via the online collaborative space, as well as the database to connect with vendors. We also provide the sentiment of the curated boxes that arrive monthly, which is a small extrinsic reward to offset the work associated with a new module opening, because it is a lot to process. This extra touch helps our service feel more personalized, and it allows us to have an extra opportunity for vendors to connect with the clients. Yes.
So for our competitors, we have two main competitors, which would be wedding event planners and other subscription boxes. For subscription boxes, there are several wedding subscription boxes already out there, some including Miss to Mrs., the bride box, and the ring boxes. These boxes vary from $35 to $40 per box and all include generic wedding items. Our other competitor would be wedding event planners. This is a competitor because our service could compete with with the wedding planning industry, because we provide a DIY version of the steps that a wedding planner takes to prepare for a wedding. And then what makes us different from our competitors is that we provide digital collaboration for long distance and overseas military couples, and our subscribers get access to a database of approved vendors. And our guides provide an extensive level of detail that is unmatched by competitors. We are not a cheap goodie box. This service replaces the need for a wedding planner for those who enjoy doing it themselves.
So we decided to focus on a segmented target market. Our first segment is going to be the geographic. We are going to focus on the central Pennsylvania region till we get our vendors that we would like. And as the company grows, we plan to move to a more national market. Our next segment is a demographic. We are targeting low middle class to middle class women from ages 18 to 45, but we're also including same-sex couples. And then the psychographic, we are looking for DIY seekers, those ones that want to plan their own wedding. And then for the behavioral, anyone planning a wedding or who knows someone who's planning a wedding, such as a mother or mother-in-law, they could give it as a gift.
Our revenue model has two parts, the subscribers and the vendors. So subscribers pay the monthly fee or one-time purchase for access to our database, our guide, and our themed boxes, while our vendors will be paying a monthly fee or a yearly fee in order to be listed on our database. There's also the opportunity for them to pay more in order to be boosted to the top of the search results. Our cost structure, when compared to traditional like wedding box subscription services, we have a different experience. It's added value. When compared to wedding planners, we are cost driven because we're eliminating the cost of wages of paying a wedding planner by moving that onto the consumer via a DIY model. The main costs are the physical cost of the boxes and the products, so product and fulfillment, also marketing, and the largest cost driver will be the web development and maintenance.
Thank you all. If you know someone who is getting married, it's time to start collaborating.
I have a question about your process when you created your revenue model stream, when you're looking at vendors. Did you consider charging the vendors a much smaller amount and then taking a piece off of their sales? Did you look at that and you didn't choose that, and I'm wondering.
That is something that kind of popped into our heads recently. But I'd say this is like the model that we had prepared for the presentation, cool. So it just wasn't something at this time.
That's okay, I was just curious.
Also, initially, we probably won't even be charging right away, just because we have to get the vendors on our site in order to be successful first.
So what you're describing is your classic two-sided business model. So your problem is a chicken or the egg, the vendors or the people.
Yeah.
So that is, if you can get a two-sided business model off the ground, it can be incredibly lucrative, but of course it's one of the hardest business models to get to that point. And often we see companies become monopolies that do that, like Google and other companies. So I think that's pretty interesting. So kind of going down the line, that was my thought as well. It's an interesting demographic you're starting with. This strikes me as more of a premium offering, but you're choosing to start at a middle and lower income demographic from what you said. So what led you to starting there? I'm just curious why that starting point.
So people who are in the upper middle class, they don't want to DIY their wedding. They want to hire a wedding planner, have it off their hands. They're not going to be investing in a service like this. And then the lower class, they are going to be more cost conscious. They're not going to be spending that money on $50 a month for a subscription if they can kind of figure it out themselves or save that extra penny or two.
Got it. I'd probably be then careful on how you're framing that demographic and using words that maybe don't put people into socioeconomic classes as much as, hey, if you're a do-it-yourselfer, this is perfect for you. Otherwise, you might either cause friction, or how do you know there's not some wealthy people who love do-it-yourself and you're excluding them, which might be able to get more money from them?
Yeah, we definitely would not market it that way, but for the sake of presenting it to investors, that's where we're looking at.
Thank you.
Great. And how do you reach these do-it-yourselfers, and how do you reach this demographic?
I think right now we're kind of just going to start with the people that we know, people that are associated with our family and friends and stuff like that, because we're between the ages where we're getting married, our friends are getting married, and then they can be kind of spread word of mouth at first, and then as we grow larger, as we get those vendors who agree to work with us, then we can advertise.
I'm also a photographer, so I know a lot of people in the wedding industry already. So really leveraging those connections and promoting this service. That way, I already know a lot of those people, so get them on the website and have them promote it to their clients.
Right.
You should bring that up earlier. That's an unfair advantage that you have in some ways. That's an
Yes.
important piece of this equation, getting some of the investors.
Yeah.
By the way, I have an in and a channel already developed.
Did you look inside the box?
Not detailed enough, apparently.
It has her business card in there.
Nice touch.
All right.
Well done.
Very good. Thank you.
Amazing job, the Wedding Collaborative. Weddings are one of the most important aspects of anyone's life, so you do want that day to be perfect and stress-free. The Wedding Collaborative also marks the last presentation for this startup weekend. And so a big round of applause for everyone who participated. So now we would like to give the judges a few minutes to deliberate on their decisions. So once they have made their decisions, it will be announced. And just a reminder for everyone, winners will be receiving cash prizes. So until then, I'm going to hand the mic over to Dr. Watson and Dr. Agnihotri.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Dale, may I request your presence here, please? So now I have some secrets to reveal here and some honest experiences to share. So first of all, yes, for this event, Dr. Dale Watson joined us a little late, or to put it in very honest manner, we were late to invite him to join the organizing team. And he asked me about, like, how does the blueprint look like? And I was, kind of telling him as if, oh, yeah, it's a perfect blueprint. And I was sharing everything with him. He calmly listened to everything. And he's like, where are you going to execute it? I'm like, meaning? Have you booked the rooms? And I was like, oh my God, imagine we would have been having this event in the tent outside had Dr. Watson not entered. We don't have the rooms. So please clap for Dr. Watson. He has been Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Dale. That's one. And I might be, kind of going to execute the plan, but at very strategic points in terms of, where all we can promote the event. We got great pool of judges and coaches, and that mainly happened because Dr. Dale Watson wrote beautiful emails. I might have sent them across, but writing was his. So yeah, please, again, thanks, Dale. Thanks a lot. Can we again? Thanks a lot, Dale. We truly appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, I think you have to. Do me a favor, ma'am? Yeah. Can you take a bow, because without you, this wouldn't have been possible. Oh. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. But honestly, it's a lot of teamwork, and we both are going to thank the team in a few minutes. Before that, one more thing that you guys probably don't know about yourself, and that is, I think when we were doing in-class promotion, we were telling that startup weekend is not, something that we at Penn State Harrisburg are doing. Every university, every business school has their version of startup weekend. And typically what happens, and what, honestly speaking, we all were a little scared about, was when we have the Friday evening opening session, we have the workshop, we have team formation. Typically speaking, to our knowledge, it is seen that there is a 50% drop in attendance on next day, which means by Saturday, half of the students back out saying, oh my God, this is all what we have to do, and oh, it's going to be crazy. And okay, I mean, I don't think I fit any of the team. And, they just walk away. And we were a little bit skeptical, how's that going to happen? What will happen to our teams? Having said that, I think we announced it at the last moment for most of you. Listen, guys, we have to make it veteran inclusive, right? And hats off to you all. And we are truly thankful to you all. Except for 2 students, none of you backed out, and all of you were here with that race too. So thank you, guys. Please clap for yourselves. Very honestly, we all are truly pleasantly amazed at this. That was our real fear. Remember, I was asking you, am I looking scared when I was taking workshop? And some of you were yes, some of you were no. And I said, I'm scared for a different thing. And that was that thing. How many of you will turn up on Saturday and Sunday? Thank you so much. You are amazing crowd, amazing students. Thank you so much. Please, one more time, clap for yourselves. Yay, great. Okay, so now we have to thank our other team members and our, other big people, our top management team, without which this event would not have been possible. So yeah, let me keep going and let me put this in the slideshow mode. So this is our Chancellor, Dr. Mason. You all remember him. He gave the opening speech. So without him, this event would not have been possible had it not, he has not, kind of come here for the opening ceremony. So can we please thank him once again by clapping for him? Great. Okay. And oops, how does this work? Look like I'm not tech savvy. Oh, okay, here I go. Okay, now this is Dr. Paul Harrisburg. Maybe most of you don't know him, but this amazing food and everything, who funded this? This was funded by eager grant that was given by our research office, and Dr. Paul Harrisburg is leading that office. So please, a big thanks to him. Can we please clap for him? Thank you so much. Okay, now this is School of Business Administration, Director Dr. Guna, Angappa Dr. Guna Shekaran, and he is the one who selected the organizing team for Startup Weekend. So yes, me, and then very soon joined by Dr. Dale Watson. So if we are here to execute the show, he is the one who chose us. So if you like the show, can we have big round of claps for him also, please? Okay, now next to our sponsors, all the awards that we would be giving today is coming from our sponsors. And you all agree or not, these awards were somewhere a big incentive for all of you to participate. I mean, we remember when we were going in classes and saying, you would be getting up to 7,500. Students were like, what? They were not believing it. Some did not sign up because she is joking. Dr. Watson is joking. This can't be a possibility. Yes, this is very much a possibility. So thanks a lot to our sponsors. The main one being Rotary Veteran Initiative, and Rick is right there. Thanks a lot, Rick. We truly appreciate it. We truly appreciate it. I mean, without this sponsorship, again, this event would have, we are sure, it would have kind of probably not taken off. Then we also have Khan's Food. I hope all of you know Khan's Food. It's right there in Middletown. So next time when you go for grocery shopping, if you're not going to get the grocery from some of our entrepreneurs who are planning the startup on these lines, you can go at least to Khan's and buy your groceries because they are one of our sponsors. Can you please clap for them also? Thank you. And Brownstone Cafe is at least favorite for us as faculties, because whenever a faculty is coming for interview and we have to take them for breakfast, this is our favorite spot. We take them. So Brownstone is great. You should try their food. It's right here in Middletown. So can we please thank Brownstone as well? Thank you. Okay, now next about catalyst. So do you know what do we mean by catalyst? Anyone here? Anyone knows what is a catalyst? Okay, yeah?
A catalyst is, a catalyst in at least scientific terms is pretty much something that boosts something else. So it's like a support for something else to make something drive even further.
Thank you so much. Exactly. That is a catalyst in the scientific language, and without a catalyst, a chemical reaction cannot happen, which means that without the support of some of our staff members, this event would not have taken off. So let me begin to thank them. So first of all, Annie Hughes. She is statewide coordinator for Launchbox and Innovation Network. Now, if you recall, when we were coming to the classes, we were saying that School of Business Administration is doing it for the first time. Yes, but we did had a starter weekend event before, of course, not organized by School of Business Administration. And it was Annie Hughes who guided us how to take the show forward, because it is the first time SBA is doing, it's the first time we both are doing. So she guided us. Without this would have been a flop show. So can we please thank Annie Hughes, as she has been a great supporter throughout. She couldn't make it today. She had some work, but yeah, I mean, she's a great driving force for us here. Then, can I please call on the Sharon to represent the Office of Marketing and Communication? Sharon, please, can you please be here? Please. No? Okay. Well, all those flyers that you were seeing, the website that you are seeing, all those banners, everything has been done by the marketing office. They have been of really a true support, and it's all their creative ideas. And do those flyers look attractive? Do those banners look attractive? Yes, I mean, it's their creativity completely. So can we once again please clap for Office of Marketing and Communication? And yeah, and then continuing education. So if Dale suggested that we need to get the room booked, and to be very honest, we were late. It was the continuing education who went out of their way. Erin Stoner specifically, she sat with me and helped with me when I was almost in tears, because I'm like, this event is done even before it takes off, because we were too late to book the rooms. And she made sure that we have something. So that is one part of the continuing education. Now, you all like the food. Did you guys like the food? Yes, that was organized by Eileen, and that she is also a part of continuing education. So can we please clap for continuing education services? So Eileen was here, but she had to leave because, again, she had some work. So yeah, and then we have development and alumni relations. Connecting us with RVI, with our sponsors. This was done by Abigail, and she has been, again, of great support. Imagine we would not have been knowing RVI, and we would not have been able to convince them to help us sponsor this event had the alumni relations team would not been there. So thank you so much, that team. Then housing, foods, and ancillary services. If you recall your Friday dinner, the breakfast for 2 days, that was done by the campus catering. Jervin, he went out of the way to make sure that we get good breakfast on both the days. You all know that we have talent shortage going on. We have labor shortage going on in the campus. Despite that, he made sure that the event takes off well. So can we please clap for the housing, foods, and ancillary? Now, next we have information technology. Jesse, can I request someone from your team to please come here and accept our deep-hearted thanks? This is Sunday. This is day of holiday for everyone. And look, the IT team is sitting there and working for us. Thank you so much. Please come here. Yeah. Please be here. Yeah. Come. So they are doing live streaming, and thank you so much. We understand working Sunday evening is not a good idea, but you all went out of your ways and you are here to help us. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate it.
Of course, we're happy to help.
Thank you so much. Okay, next comes the School of Science, Engineering, and Technology. Now, when you have to go for in-class promotion, not all faculties are going to be open for it. But the faculties of School of Science, Engineering, Technology, they welcomed us, and we were able to promote the event to engineering students as well. The school was also kind enough to lend us their 3D printer. And we were like, oh, wow, this is a wow factor for us. But unfortunately, we realized that will require a lot of CAD/CAM training, computer-aided design, computer-aided manufacturing. That knowledge all students may not have. So we are like, okay, we'll stick to conceptual design, and we would not ask students to use 3D printer because, some of you could have been at a disadvantage. But the fact that this event is being hosted by School of Business Administration, and then they are giving their collaborative support, what we call in the field of strategy and entrepreneurship as alliances, that was great. And we are very thankful to SSET for their support. Can we please clap for SSET? Thank you so much. Then, our faculty members, all of you have busy semester. Every 5 minutes is critical for the faculty. And we are so much thankful to all the faculty members of SSET, Public Policy, School of Business Administration, who let us visit their classes and promote the event. Now, when we were writing them emails, they were like, we'll take just 5 minutes of yours to promote the event. And trust us, when we visited the classes, it was like 15 minutes. And faculties were like looking at us. What are you guys doing? But we're like, we asked for 5 minutes and we are stretching for 15 minutes, but they were super supportive. So faculty members, thanks a lot. We truly appreciate your help. Thank you so much. Okay, and then last but not the least, our staff members helping us in all the way. Christine, Sherry, Laurie, Amy, thank you so much if you're watching this. Helping us with getting gifts and, kind of doing some administrative tasks. They were super supportive. They were very prompt. We were completely amazed at their support. So can we please clap for the staff support given by SBA? Yeah, so do you guys see for a successful event, so many people are involved, so many teams are involved. And if we have missed someone, we apologize. It's not by intention, it's just by fluke because we are kind of, overcrowded with lots of information. So once again, thank you guys. Thanks for putting up a wonderful show. And we hope we'll have our results soon. In the meantime, we can continue to chit-chat, or should we leave the ground open? Ruba, can you check with them as to how much time they're going to take? Okay, awesome. So, would any one of you like to come here and share the experiences? Students, please, platform is your, please, come on, please, let's welcome him. Great. Clap, students, clap.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Bennett for Bionic. That was me. I just wanted to share my experience and say this was very eye-opening because unlike a lot of you, I'm not a business major or a marketing major or any of that. I'm an engineer. So in the classroom, they teach you, all the math and all the logistics and all the, is it going to work? But what they don't teach you is the people behind everything. So in my experience, it was really nice to be able to get up here, and present to people what I know. That was very liberating for me because as engineers, we don't often get to do that. As engineers, we kind of just put, pencil to paper and, y'all call us nerds. But yeah, that was invigorating. I was very nervous. I still am, but it's really nice to be able to do stuff like this from a different perspective, and I just want to say, thank you, everyone, for letting me do this.
Thank you. Okay, now can we have, Steve.
Good evening, everybody. So I just wanted to make a few remarks. Me being from a third world country and being first generation, it was definitely a beautiful time here, being able to partake in this event and meet so many people and hopefully network. But as well, it was a beautiful time for my own family at home watching right now. They got to watch their own child going to school have a huge presentation. So for that kind of opportunity, I want to thank the staff and everybody making the event possible. It's really been life-changing, and you guys have gone so far and made such an impact that you may not know. Thank you.
As you know, we just now apologized that we might have missed someone, and see, here it is. We missed one of the very key team, Entrepreneurship Club, Entrepreneurship and Management Club. You look at those students, Ruba and Ayushi were just here anchoring the show. The Entrepreneurship Club really worked hard for this event, helping us, promoting this event, and giving us great suggestions. So can we please clap for the team members of Entrepreneurship Management Club? Oh my God, yeah, that shows probably we are really tense. How I could have missed this slide, so sorry. Well, now continuing with sharing your experiences. Anyone else? Yeah, please come on. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Brian England, no relation. But I wanted to say this event kind of blew me away. When I first learned about this, it was just an abstract flyer, and I was told it was to help you construct a business model. It's like, well, I want to be an electrician, start my own business, so this entire process was new to me, and it really challenged me in a lot of ways. And I just want to say, y'all should be very proud of yourselves. Y'all are a whole group of very young individuals starting your life and your career. Me, I've already got kids. I did 10 years in the military, and looking around, I don't think I would have done what I did when I was in this situation, And the fact that we have people with innovative new ideas, looking at current technologies, looking at the current way that the world is going and how to innovate different systems and improve it is amazing. I actually want to point out those two gentlemen right there, because they're high school students, and they're making it happen already. This experience, especially like being a veteran and all the inclusivity and how everyone was able to tie that in, it is really appreciated, because I know people don't like to talk about, getting recognition or, the things they're going to do in their life and how they can track and how they be supported. And this is just showing that, with all the problems in our world and our community, we can still come together, put like ideas together, support each other, and make everyone stronger for it. So thank you for all that, and thanks for this opportunity. It was really fun.
Thank you. We are so glad you liked it. Okay, now can we have Rick from RBI? Thanks so much, Rick.
Thank you very much, Arpita. So I recognize we're kind of just filling time while we wait for the judge's decision. So I'll spend about 30 minutes. No, just kidding. So number one, congratulations to every single one of you. I'll echo the thoughts that you already heard about. Hey, and you heard from Arpita, and you heard from Dale. Number one, you stuck it out, and you did a great job. Everybody in here is a winner, regardless of whether or not you walk out of here. And nobody's going to actually walk out of here with a check tonight, but some of you will walk out with a promise of a check. And rest assured, we're good for it. So we'll make sure that happens. But I just want to, number one, say, and we already heard it, but thank you to Arpita. And thank you to Dale and all the staff members that made this happen, because obviously they're the ones that made it happen. So I'm going to share with you an insight real quick, if I could, and try not to get too emotional, because I'm a veteran. We've got other veterans here that have been a part of this. And I'm going to tell you right up front, number one, we decided we're not giving the veterans an advantage in terms of the judging. Everybody's on the same playing field, okay? But I also want to say thank you to Arpita and Dale and everyone for making sure that veterans were included in your business plans. The veterans inclusivity was very powerful. In fact, You heard and you saw Annie Hughes did this program for us. It was a veterans-only boot camp last year. Well, that didn't happen this year, but I'd say this is even better because not only do we have veterans involved, but we've got everybody involved, not only from the United States, but also from other countries, and we've planted a seed, a very powerful seed that I believe, number one, I believe some of these businesses will actually come into creation. You will make this happen. But whether you do or not, you're all going to be in business, you're all going to make things happen, and you're going to hopefully think about veterans in the future. I'm not going to try to make a case tonight about how important that is. But I will simply share with you, and I'm sure Dale and others could say the same thing, I've seen the blood of an American soldier wounded in combat. I've lost colleagues in combat. I've had family members significantly impacted by this. And so you're saying to all of us, that's important, we value you, and we're going to drive our businesses to help not only the veterans, and this is a key point, and I'm married to a veteran, and I have 2 daughters that have grown up in that. And I'm sure Dale and others can highlight, it's not just the veteran, and we heard from Mr. England, and we heard from Libby, you know, it's not just the veterans, it's their families. And all that's very important. So I just want to say thank you to Arpita and Dale and all of you for participating. And we look forward to hearing the results, and then I'll get a chance to congratulate folks. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Rick. We truly appreciate the support. Truly appreciate it. So guys and girls, one thing, we are very sure you have today realized the importance, the significance of veteran community and what value they add to all of us, yeah? So going forward with that, anyone else would like to share their experiences? Anyone would like to share how strong? Okay, Steve, we go here. Thank you.
Yeah. So this semester is a really, it's a whole new experience for me. This is the first time all throughout school that I've actually gotten involved in school activities, and it's really great. And it's something that is helping me hone my speaking skills, my creative thinking skills, and my leadership skills. These skills I can attribute specifically to the classes of Dr. Agnihotri and Dr. Watson, leadership in teams and business strategy. And I just wanted to thank both of you for giving me the knowledge that I need to be able to do this a lot more efficiently.
Well, that was very sweet of you. Thanks so much for the kind words. But I'm very sure it's not just both of us, it's all the faculties, not only in SBA, of course in SSCT also, and other schools in Penn State, Harrisburg, or from whatever school or universities some of you coming from. I mean, faculties are adding values to all of you in one or the other way, for sure. So yeah, but thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. So anyone else would like to share some humorous experiences or stressful experiences that you had over the past weekend? How many of you had sleepless nights because of this? Oh my God, oh my God. So would some of you like to share your hard work experience as to how did you struggle with it? Yeah, come on, come on. You would like? Okay, yeah, we welcome you again. That is how your corporate life is going to look like. We're just going to give you some demo, preparing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Friday night was a little nerve-wracking because I'm like, okay, well, now I have 2 ideas. What do I do? And even walking in here, I saw everybody with their laptops and their tablets and a notebook, and I just wanted to be like, all right, goodbye. But then I realized nobody brought them up. Then I'm like, whew, I'm good. All right. And then Saturday, oh, boy. Oh, no. Saturday, I came my presentation. I walk on up here. I'm just like, all right, I did this. And they're just like, I love your energy. I said, thank you. Anything else? And they're like, I like your energy. And I'm like, oh, that's really great. You know? And it's really funny because they told me, use less numbers. I'm like, excuse me? Like, yeah, you got to use less numbers. So you know what I did? I added more numbers. Yep, I added more numbers because you know what? Why not? Listen, I'm an engineer, okay? If I can't explain it to you in numbers, I don't know how, you know? Hope finance majors and accountants can relate. But you know, other than the sleepless nights and, you know, me being half asleep for church, by the way, I almost didn't make it because I was in church. You know, I text you, I'm like, hey, can I come at 3? You're like, no. And I'm like, all right, I love God, you know, thank you, but goodbye. You know, I'm gonna go do this. I don't know if I'll win, but better pray for me. I'm sorry for those who are, you know, not religious, but, you know, I don't have any other way. Oh, boy. But other than that, you know, now that everything's said and done, you know, everything's said and done, so, you know, I'm calm now. You know, everything's good. All right, that's pretty much what I got to say.
Yeah, you're right. He did send me an email, and it was already, I think, around 2 p.m. I think when it was 1 o'clock when we were doing the mock session, and I received email from him. It's like, can I come at 3? And thank God I did not die of heart attack, and I was able to say, no, you have to be right here. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, sorry for that. I know I had to break your prayer, but I couldn't have helped it. Sorry. Thank you so much, Brian. Anyone would like to share how the coach's feedback yesterday helped you to further refine and fine-tune your PowerPoints and pitches? Anyone would like to share the experiences? Because from what I saw between yesterday and today, a lot of things improved. A lot of things changed. And so thanks to our coaches as well. And see, that's another thing we missed. Thanks to our coaches who were there yesterday. Thanks to our judges who are here today, and we are very sure they are, you know, kind of having a hard time given the tough competition you all have given to each other. It was really wonderful. Anyone would like to share how they incorporated the coaches' feedback or something similar? Anyone? No one? Come on, guys. Have some team spirit. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yay! Libby again. All right. Hey, just in case you miss me after this event, you just go to a grocery store. You'll find Libby's product. There's, what is it called? Pineapples. Libby on the list. Okay, y'all too young. But look in the can aisle, right? And there's Libby's product in there. So I'm all over the place. Anyways, you guys never notice? All right. The coaches, right? Yesterday, if you guys don't know, I have energy sometimes. And I have to put that energy somewhere. I'm like a renewable source of energy all the time. And that's probably why I'm usually in school or around young people so that, you know, you guys don't pay me no mind. But the coach said to me yesterday that, you know, I should probably slow down a little, start from the top. And I learned that, and I applied it today. And I think I did a much better presentation today than I did yesterday, because I took their advice, not as criticism, although some criticism could, you know, make us feel like, oh, we're not worthy. But I took it as positive reinforcement, and I applied it to my stage presence. And depending on the audience, our stage presence will be different, right? And anxiety is something just being nervous and scared is something that as humans, we do. And if you have, and if you have a dialect issue, so diverse, and you have a speech dialect issue, anxiety will step in, right? Getting your message across can be a little difficult, but when you take criticism from individuals that are constructive, like the coaches did yesterday, and you apply it not only to the project that you're working on, but to all your future events, then success is inevitable. All right? So always look for criticism that are positive. And for the negative criticism, use that as energy. Because if I was to take the negative criticism that I've received from the little girl that grew up in Brooklyn with a strong accent in the early 80s, and I took those, or any other criticism I had, I probably won't be here, all right? I'll probably be somewhere else, acting my age. I do not act my age, I act my mental age and not my physical age. So life is about choices. Take criticism and choose how you are going to take that energy and convert it. Are you going to convert it positive or negative? Are you going to apply it to yourself so that you can be the better version of you? I always say to people, I am my competition. Whoever I was yesterday cannot match the person that I am today, nor can it match the person that I'm going to be tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lily. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's right. The feedback that we get, it's very important. We take it positively, not as criticism, but as a matter of something we need to improve on. And we are so glad all of you took yesterday's feedback in a very positive spirit. So thanks, coaches. If you're watching this, we shared the link with you. We hope you're watching this. And now we have results ready. So over to Ayushi.
All right, so our judges have reached a decision. So they would like to provide a few remarks first, and then they will also be announcing the winners. So now Ruba and I will be handing off our mic to the judges.
Maybe it's easier if I face this way real briefly. First of all, I want to thank the invitation out as well as participating in this event. So I just want to preface this, my twist on it, right? I'm an entrepreneur. I built a few businesses. Doing what everyone did tonight is incredibly difficult. It's very scary. And I would tell you guys this, you will get a lot more no's than you will ever get yeses being an entrepreneur. But it really only takes one opportunity. So this is the beginning of that, which is constantly getting up, putting yourself in uncomfortable positions, and pitching your idea. And it's the no's that will tell you what to zero in on, and then you're going to iterate on that over and over again. So, like I said, I've been down this road. I raised $8 million last year for our company for a Series A. I had to meet with 150 investors to do that, and at the very last two, finally got a yes. So it's a game of just ferocious tenacity and just constantly being in the game and doing it. So this is a taste for a lot of you in the very beginning of that road. So I would encourage you, entrepreneurs can go from 0 to 1. Not a lot of people can do that. A lot of people can go from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Very few can go from 0 to 1. So the fact that you're here is the beginning of that 0 to 1, and you're at the right place. So thank you very much for that opportunity, and I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for the invitation to come here today. It was a real pleasure and a joy. I listen to pitches every day, all day long, and I work with companies, and we spend weeks on these pitches. They keep evolving. It will something that will never end. You will keep evolving it. You will keep working on it, and it is not an easy thing to do. So for what you did over the course of the weekend, kudos to
everyone that was here. It was very interesting, and I'm grateful to have a part in it. Remember, when you're pitching, you want to talk about how big the market is, the problem that you're solving it, why your solution is better, and why you're the team to do it. So if you hit those four things each time, you'll nail it. So, and a lot of you did tonight, so it was definitely a great experience.
One of my favorite things about these kind of events is I always get a sense that, okay, I can stop now because the future is in really good hands. So thank you all for all the work that you guys put in this weekend. Something else that every one of these pitches and every one of these ideas you should hang on to and continue, because no matter whether you made the top 5 or top 10 or whatever, these are all worthwhile ideas. So one thing that I would like all of you to go back and focus on, and some of you hit it very well, but find the unique opportunity that your idea brings to the market. For example, when I left the military and got into real estate, I was brand new in real estate. I knew absolutely nothing about real estate, so I sold that. I said, do you want some old, crusty old guy who's just going to sell your house and drive off in a Cadillac, or do you want somebody young and energetic and enthusiastic? Sell what is unique about your idea. And I would encourage you all to just keep on working on this stuff, because the longer you're in business, the longer you'll stay very successful. So it was a very, very encouraging night tonight to see all these great ideas. So who's first?
Great. All right, you made it really tough on us, so I'm sorry it took a lot of time to come to this list, but it was because there were so many great pitches. So Peter's going to start us off.
Yeah, we're going to start off at number 8 with honorable mention. So how about when we call your company, maybe if you could stand up so we could all recognize that as well. Number 8, honorable mention was wedding collaborator. So, come on, step on down.
Oh, you didn't want me to move then, huh?
Right. Good job. Nice job. Nice job. Good job.
Oh, they want us all over here.
Okay, why not? Hold this so people can see it. There we go.
Great. Nice job, everybody.
Yay. Well done.
Cool.
All right, great.
Okay, we had another honorable mention. Are we ready for the second honorable mention? Goes to Teamster.
So for the honorable mentions, that money's coming from Carnes. It's $150 a piece. As I said before, rest assured, will be good for ours. Carnes will be good for theirs. So the other team, $150.
We'll say the amount.
This team as well.
Okay.
Yep, everybody slide in. Trying to get everybody in the frame. Nice, good job. Thank you.
Good job. Well done.
And the last honorable mention is for Gift-O-Box.
I guess we'll say the amount.
All right, we're down to number 5. And number 5 finisher is Kiskea. And that's an award of $500. Very nice.
So we threw him a curveball, and this is 3rd place, but you're actually getting 5th place, and you'll get that anyway. Okay. Go ahead. No, but it's a little bit self-sacrifice. Great. Well done.
Okay, and the next award goes to Vet Connect for $1,000.
Good job.
Thank you.
I know, it's a little. Anyway, good for $1,000.
All right, the 3rd place award goes to Tradewinds. Oh, and the amount is $1,500.
All right, we're getting down to the last couple here. All right, so number 2, which is a $2,000 award, goes to Pull Up, the party app.
Well done. Good job.
Nice job. Thank you so much. Nice job. Very good presentation.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say we need a better confetti invention. Like, so. All right, and the final award for first place goes to 360 Energy for $2,500. $2,500. Yeah? Okay. Wait, ready, go?
Hey everyone, so just maybe as one more thing we're wrapping up, and to all those, right, who are out here and in a battle, the man in the arena, right, just keep up what you're doing. Like I said, I remember an event where the last time I raised money, I didn't even place, and then 2 years later, that same investor wrote a check for $4 million. So just saying, just every time, you're in the game where, like I said, there's a lot of no's, but does not mean your idea is not good, it's not credible, and it's not worthy of doing. So that's the way it is. But, right, so in this game, right, congratulate those who won, smile, and then get back out and dust yourself off and get back in the arena. So thank you very much, everyone, for your opportunity.
All right, so one last thank you to everyone who participated and to everyone who made this weekend happen, including our wonderful judges. So big round of applause for everyone. Now we will be having a party soon, but before we get the party started, a Penn State event is not complete without the "We Are" chant. So I think you all know how this goes. So ready? We are.
Penn State!
We are.
Penn State!
We are.
Penn State!
Thank you.
Dance, come on! Everyone, come on! Yay! Party, dance, come on! Come on here, come on here! Yay! Come! Great! Thank you.